We want to remember his family during this time. Remember his brother, Jeff Caudell, that races with him or raced with him, and also his son Dylan and the rest of the Caudell family. Let's take this moment of silence to remember Scott Caudell. Heavenly Father, we come before you this afternoon, and we thank you for this day. We thank you for a beautiful day that you've given us to enjoy the sport that we love so much. Father, we do come here as a racing family with heavy hearts. And, Lord, we want to lift up Scott's family to you. We know Scott was a very big part of this track, and his family continues to be so. Father, we just pray that you would comfort them, that they would sense your presence with them at this time of loss. Father, today we pray that you would watch over this place, that, God, you would be with these drivers in their cars, that, Lord, you would be in the cockpit with them, Lord, protecting them. God, we ask that you would pray, or we pray for their pit crews, the officials, the fire and safety, concessions, and these great fans, everyone involved in racing here today. Lord, we ask your protection over this place. And we thank you for your Son, Jesus Christ, whom we have our hope in. And it's in his name we pray. Amen.
And now please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem, the flag raised beautifully on the back straightaway. Thank you very much, race fans, and welcome back to the Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery here on a beautiful Sunday afternoon for the Derby City Twin 75 Dual Hangover race event today. We're so glad you've spent your Sunday afternoon with us, getting ready and set for a great day of racing action. Great car counts all the way around, of course. Hawk Herod Adams, big story today. Practice. The Great American Stock's not the way that they want it to go in practice. Heath Helton destroyed that car. Of course, Mike Sharp involved and Marcus Elliott all involved over in turns 3 and 4. Took a lot of great cars out of that event. But then, of course, we had David Powell in the number 17, kind of slapped the wall over in turns number 2, tore up a lot on that car. His qualifying effort showed, and just a tough break all the way around.
Yeah, tough break for those gas cars right there. A lot of us didn't even see that accident. It was early, first practice of the day for the gas cars. A little trouble over there in turns 3 and 4, and a lot of cars tore up. So, unfortunately for those guys, a couple of them, of course, Marcus Elliott, Heath Helton loaded them up already off the premises, and probably already starting on the rebuild on those cars. So they'll probably be back the next event for those guys. So tough break there, but we got a lot of cars here on the premises, as you can see, so we got a lot of good racing action here, getting the lineups all ready to go here. We'll be ready to get going here pretty soon here, Will.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the cleanup efforts put us behind schedule just a little bit here at Salem Speedway, but no worries about that. I mean, the track crew did a phenomenal job, and if you did not hear, now in the Great American Stock Race, a 4 was the invert, going to put Brian Baer on the pole today in the main event. A little bit later on, so the Bird's Eye Bullet going to start P1 today in the main event here at Salem Speedway for the dual 75s. And, of course, we hope everyone enjoyed their Derby day. If you were at another track or a racetrack, some racetracks closed. Of course, we hope everyone had a great Derby Saturday afternoon. And now back to the business here today at Salem Speedway. This is the debut of the 2024 season for the Great American Stock Cars. Great car count. Another good story going into today. Over 10 Salem Super Cars in attendance. Now, we talked about this Salem Super Car business. This was the old ARCA-bodied cars, and more of these cars were getting built, Hawk Carroll Adams, and we saw a phenomenal event last time out.
Yeah, we sure did, and like you said, those things are growing, and we keep seeing more and more cars every time we come to the track now. We only had, they're towards the end of the last year, I think we had 3 or 4 cars, hoping for more this year, and that's exactly what's happened, reaching double digits now, and all those guys seem like they enjoy those cars. Really interesting there, as you said, the old ARCA stock cars, and a lot of people interested in that. And so it's going to be interesting to see exactly where those cars end up here in a year or two. We could see full fields.
Yeah, that's the hope. 2024 of these cars, that would be fantastic to see. And, of course, the invert was a 5. Of course, Huntingburg, Indiana, Todd Kemp, he qualified overall number 1 here this afternoon. That invert was a 5. So now it's going to put Nick Reed up on the pole in the Salem Super Cars, so that's going to be fun to see and see how Nick Reed can manage and hold that position online. But then, of course, the Crown Vic short track, over 33 cars signed in for the flat track, I always call it. I mean, it's so hard to pass on a almost zero banking course in the infield here, a quarter mile. We've seen that track be hard around. Now, the last time out, we saw 50 laps. Today, just a 25-lap sprint.
Yeah, that is going to be our first event of the afternoon, the on-site plumbing, heating, and air Crown Vic Short Track Series, 25 laps. I believe the invert on that one was a 4, so we're going to be looking at John Lister going to be setting the pole on that first race.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one to watch and see how they kind of navigate. Now, we talked about it. You have to use the bumper, I mean, if you want to pass. And you see now the cars begin to roll. Crown Vic Short Tracks, you should be on the track or staged up. Crown Vics, you should be staged up and ready to go. You're the first event today here at Salem Speedway. What's up, my man? And don't forget, race fans, one of the biggest events of the year will be on tap next. It will be the King of the High Banks. That's going to be a huge night. The Midwest Modifieds will be here, the Vors Compact Touring Series, and the CRA Street Stocks Diesel Boys Great American Stock Series Points Challenge. Now, that is the new King of the High Banks. The new shirts are at the merchandise stand. It is a 3-race series between Bristol Motor Speedway, us, and Winchester Speedway. So that event is coming up on June the 8th. That is going to be a spectacular night here at Salem Speedway, and it'll be good to see the Midwest Modifieds in action here, as well as the return of the Vors Compact Touring Series. So that's going to be a great one. Mark your calendars. June 7th, going to be practice. June 8th on that Saturday afternoon will be the King of the High Banks event. The big rigs, they make their return here at Salem Speedway. The semis on the High Banks, that will happen June the 22nd. We are very fired up for that. And, of course, we want to give a shout-out to everyone watching on SalemSpeedway.tv. Get a good look at PNC Pit Road and all of the competitors down there getting ready and set. So once we get the lineup complete, more cars now rolling around the straightaways here and the turns here at Salem Speedway, getting ready for the first 25-lap event of the day, getting ready to take place. And that is going to be the, I believe, on-site plumbing, heating, and air Crown Vic short track Schaefer's Lubricants 25. We want to thank Schaefer's Oil and Lubricants for coming on board as a sponsor of this race event here this afternoon. And once we get them all lined up, we'll All right, race fans, getting all of these cars in order here before we get them set to go. Thank you for your patience as the incidents in practice kind of threw us behind the 8-ball just a little bit. Going to go on and give you the starting lineup for today's Schaefer's Lubricants 25 for the Crown Vics on the small track. Starting NP number 1, it will be the number 45 of John Lister. To his outside, it's going to be the 32 of J. Rob Masterson. Inside row number 2, it's going to be the number 7 of Troy Phillips. To his outside, Zachary Cecil's number 37. Inside row number 3, going to be the 91 of Jacob Robertson. To his outside, the 94X of Brian Whalen. Inside row number 4, going to be the 77X of Joshua Spence. To his outside, the 114 of Kobe Shelton. Inside row number 5 is going to be the 49 of Nick Payne. To his outside, the 619 of Garrett Roby. Inside row number 6, the 06 of Anna Harrison. To her outside, the number 28 of Kyle Lefevre. Inside row number 7, it will be the number 5 of Mike Bailey. To his outside, the number 94 of Joe Wilhoit. Inside row number 8, it will be the number 59 of Caden Cook. To his outside, the number 15 of Austin Williams. Inside row number 9, the 39 of Ron Phillips. To his outside, the 23 of Tony Dunn. Inside row number 10, it will be the 30S of Miranda Schott. To her outside, it will be Greg Green's number 76. Inside row number 11, it will be the number 41 of Owensboro, Kentucky's Tyler Payne. To his outside, the 79Z of Brian Ziegler. Inside row number 12, it will be the number 77Z of Jackson Ziegler. To his outside, the number 14 of Ricky Puckett. Inside row number 13, it will be the 94A of Elena Wilhoit. To her outside, it will be the Kevin Vaughn, number 43. Inside row 14, it will be the 18 of Zach Thomason. To his outside, Travis Vaughn's number 57. Inside row number 15, 35, it will be Brandon Bailey. To his outside, Riley Ewing's 07. Inside row number 16, it will be the 51S of Tim Smith. To his outside, Katie St. Clair's 181. And then 17th starter, going to be the 730 of Kevin Scott, and Clayton Sander will round out the 34-car field for the Crown Vics 25-lap main event. And race fans, if you have a kid's ticket, we'll go on and do So here we go, getting ready, Hot Carrot Adams, for the first event of 2024 of this Sunday afternoon. First event in May, that is. Getting ready and set, of course, now in invert draw. See the top 4 cars, the top 4 fastest. John Lister, he is going to be on the pole of this one. Now, we talked about how hard it is to pass on this short track, flat bank track. You have to use your bumper. You're going to have guys getting off the apron. It's going to happen.
Yeah, it's very hard to do. Of course, you got a lot of cars out there, so what's going to happen is those front cars are going to have to be passing some lap traffic. That's where the things get really tricky, and that's going to happen really quick with this amount of cars on this little quarter mile. As you see the cars trying to get going there, the 18 almost stalling out there, but keeps it going. Try to get everybody bunched up here. John Lister will be your pole sitter. We've seen him in Victory Square here before. So he is going to be the man on the point, and he will be the man to beat for sure as he sits there on the pole. As they get these cars all lined up here, full field, over full field, if you will, of Crown Vics here on the short track for this 25-lapper sponsored by Schaefer's Lubricants.
So, yes, indeed. So we see a lot of these Crown Vic drivers compete kind of all over the area in Indiana and northern Kentucky, southern Kentucky, wherever the case may be, Crown Vic drivers. But, I mean, you do not want to be kind of mid-pack back in this main event here on the short track. I mean, we talk about how the inner track is a inside groove only track, and the high bank track, of course, your high side is your preferred groove. Now, looking at what's the front of the pack has to deal with is, guess what? You're going to hit slower traffic first, and that's what's going to be a lot of obstacles for a lot of these drivers, and we're going to see how they kind of navigate through this. 25-lap feature on a short track is not a lot of laps.
Yet another thing to keep in mind, too, Will, we always talk about the inside groove there. Those guys like to cut as close as they can and get down to the grass and the dirt. That's not so much dirt with the overnight rain. We've got some mud right there, so we're going to probably see some mud getting kicked up on the asphalt too, which is really going to be another challenge.
So here we go. Lights are out around the Speedway. Coming to the green flag next time by for the first event of this Sunday afternoon. Glad you could join us here at Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. It will be John Lister and Zachary Cecil coming around to the start zone, getting ready and set. Here we go. We are underway. Our J-Rob Masterson on the outside, Cecil behind him.
Into turns 1 and 2 they go, side by side, still up front. J-Rob Masterson on the outside, hanging tough with John Lister on the inside.
Trying to navigate 4 cars, all nose to tail, entering turns 3 and 4. John Lister's going to lead lap number 1, and oh, there goes Ron Phillips. Ron Phillips is around. He looks like he's going to keep that Crown Vic going in the right direction. And now Kevin Scott loops it out a little bit, but all cars now going. We talked about how wet that infield is.
Yeah, you can see 39 really having trouble finally getting up out of there, but he's lost a whole lap and plus a whole lot more as you see John Lister leading the way.
1 lap complete, 24 to go. Ron Phillips trying to find a hoe to get back up on the racing surface. He will, but now your leader's already catching slower traffic as Kevin Scott's in the wall almost.
He keeps it going. We stay green. As you see John Lister now up against the 18, already trying to get around some lap traffic, has allowed Troy Phillips in the 7 to pull right up behind him now.
Well, there he goes. Now Ewing 07. John Lister's going to go underneath. Now Troy Phillips, like we talked about, he is now P2. Right behind him, Zachary Cecil's number 37. J-Rob Masterson back to that 5th spot. Jacob Robertson now in 4th, so now trying to get single file. Still slower cars, hung up on the high side.
We see the 77X getting turned around turns 4. He gets it back going again. We stay green.
Green and clean so far as Ziegler's car's on the bottom. Now he's going to try. A lot of these cars now going to have to avoid that. Now we see Nick Payne. Anna Harrison almost gets off the track just a tad there, trying to avoid everything. Anna Harrison gets sideways, exiting turns number 2.
Leaders coming around out of complete lap number 6. You still got John Lister. There's Troy Phillips right behind him. Down the front stretch, we got some cars getting together. Look out, they're 3 wide into turn 1.
Mike Bailey getting a little bit sideways there, entering turns 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway he goes. Good save there by Mike Bailey. A lot of cars here on the front stretch slowing down. Now we get a look at the leaders. Here comes Zachary Cecil. Now him and Troy Phillips' 2nd spot get together.
Troy Phillips into the grass there in turn one. He looks like he's going to spin the wheels and try to get up out of there before he gets stuck. And there he goes, right in the middle of traffic.
Right in the middle of traffic in the preferred groove. Now everyone's going to have to go to the high side. Troy Phillips now in no man's land. 3 wide down the back straightaway. Everyone almost 4 wide getting stacked up.
We stayed green here. Chaos all around this track here. 8 laps being shown on the board at this time.
Chaos everywhere. There goes Joshua. Spins around in the 77X. Oh, 5 wide here at Salem on the inner track. Holy cow, 5 wide. Have you ever thought you'd see that?
No, they're still double file down the backstretch trying to get that lead into turns 3 and 4. John Lister on the inside. Looks like Jacob Robertson on the outside.
Down the front stretch, now we got a battle for the number 1 spot. We have John Lister, Jacob Robertson, and Zachary Cecil, top 3, entering the back straightaway right now with already 10 laps complete.
Things got a little crazy there right now, trying to settle things down just a little bit now. As John Lister, after all that, is still your leader with Jacob Robertson right behind him.
No doubt, still clean and green. 11 laps approaching the halfway point here in this 25 lap. Schaefer's Lubricants 25 here at Salem Speedway, the opening race here this afternoon. As all these cars go around. Oh, and your leader, Ziegler, and your leader get together. Now here comes Zachary Cecil to the lead.
And Lister almost losing his door there, gets back going again. He still remains on the lead lap and right up front there. Somehow, some way, gathered that thing in after the 77X ripped his door right off.
Unbelievable here today on this storyline in this Crown Vic short track. Schaefer's Lubricants 25. 13 laps on the board. 2 laps shy. We'll have 10 laps to go here at Salem Speedway.
As your leaders now are coming around turns 3 and 4, are going to be getting into this whole lot more lap traffic here in just a moment. We got trouble on the backstretch, Will. Look out over there.
Big crash over entering turns 3. Those cars still moving. They are still moving the right direction. Oh, and then Dunn punts Garrett Roby out of the ballpark.
We're going to go caution here on this one, Will.
I never said on the broadcast someone punted somebody out of the ballpark, but hey, you know what? It's Salem Speedway short track racing, so that's going to be an interesting development. So they are parking the 23 for the day for intentionally wrecking the 619. So that is the call from race control. So, you know, that's just tough break. And that is a no man's land over there. And you know, with their safety personnel over there and whatnot. So, wow. We know the short track here causes a lot of drama, and that's short track racing. And just 37 cars, 34 cars, whatever the case may be. But how about the big story changer there? John Lister getting in the way of traffic there, and Ziegler coming down on that car, and that puts Zachary Cecil on top of the board.
Yeah, we talked about lap traffic coming into play, and it definitely has here today already. John Lister starting to race up on the pole, getting the lead, and the lap traffic got him there for sure. Of course, Troy Phillips also getting part of that too. He got punted down into the infield as well, but after all said, 14 laps down right now. It's 37 Zach Cecil being shown as your leader, with Jacob Robertson in the 91 running second. It looks like Nick Payne up on the board in the 49 running third. There's J. Rob Matterson running fourth in the 32, and showing 06 fifth on the board at this time.
So red flag condition for the first time here this afternoon. And, of course, cautions breed cautions. We almost made it, Hawk, here at Adams. 14 laps of the 25. They got security heading down over to turns 2. You know how it is. It's a short track Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, I believe they're continuing their conversation that from the racetrack over there into the pit area. But, that's how things go sometimes. Like I say, we get this many cars on a little short track, things are going to happen. People are going to get in each other's way, and there you go.
Absolutely. Well, Zachary Cecil finds himself on top of the board right now in that number 37. Coming up next on the schedule is the Diesel Boys Race Parts Legend Series 25-lap feature. And that will conclude the short track for the afternoon here at Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. And, of course, we want to give a shout-out to all of our official sponsors. Of course, Red Ball Recycling, the official recycling company. Hoosier, the official racing tire. Wayland, the official safety lights. Sunoco Race Fuels, the official race fuel, Salem Speedway. Hard Truth Distilling Company, the official spirits that came on board here in 2024. PPG, the official paint products. Ace Hardware of Salem, the official hardware store. Eddie Gilstrap Motors, the official pace truck provider. Schaefer's Oil, the official lubricant. NOS Energy Drink, the official energy drink. Jacoby Sells, the official outdoor power equipment provider. Flying A Motorsports, the official trailer and motor coach dealer. Hamatro, the official rescue tools. Bad Boy Mowers, the official mower. And, of course, we couldn't do it without our track corporate sponsors, TLG, Peterbilt of Louisville. Tumbleweed, Jasper Group, Marshall Monuments, O'Reilly Auto Parts, P3 Graphics, Property Scope, Rapid Fired Pizza, Jolted Cow, Mid-Southern Savings Bank, Lefevre's Curbing, C&T Industrial Services, First Harrison Bank, Sullivan's Concrete Coating, Brooks Roofing, Green Tree Real Estate Services, and Salem Rental. We couldn't do it without each and every one of you. Now the red flag's going to be lifted, yellow flag in the air. Hawk Herod Adams going to have the lineup. Now, what do you expect on this restart?
All right, the car is getting ready to move out now. We're going to get them all lined up, make sure they're all good. Then we're going to do the choose cone, see what they want to do. Of course, this is always a big deal, especially on the short track. As we said, the inside track is where you want to be. So we'll see how many cars want to line up on that inside before they start going to the outside. You see John Lister there, the 45. You can't see the 45 no more. It's a little bit mangled up there with that mangled up door. After getting together, I think, with the 77X. But he's still right there in shouting distance. He might make his way back up there. But after all the chaos, after 14 laps of that, it's Zach Cecil in the 37 showing the way. And I believe Zach is running second in points down at the Sportstrom Speedway in the Ford Oval division down there. So having a good year so far. Trying to pick up a checkered flag up here in this first event here today. Of course, he's got Jacob Robertson right there in second place in the 91. I believe he won the short track event a couple weeks ago here at Salem. So he knows his way around here as well. All right, we're going to go around here another time here. Then we're going to have the choose lap. So I think we got just about everybody where they need to be in the lineup. We're going to do the choose cone next time around. So we'll see what happens here with Jacob Robertson, if he wants to stay on the inside behind the bumper of 37 or if he wants to go to the outside. So it appears they look like they're doing the choose cone this time around. And as it sits here, we got the 06 on the outside of row one.
Yeah, very interesting here on the choose for those drivers, but this is part of the choose rule. You know, you see how many positions that 06 of Anna Harrison gained. Now, it's going to be very interesting. As we know, the inside groove is the top preferred groove here at Salem Speedway. So now this will be one to go at the line. It will be Zachary Cecil leading them to the green flag next time by for the restart.
Yeah, it's interesting, Will. You got the top four all stayed on that inside row, 37, 91, 49, and 32. So we'll see how that strategy plays out for these drivers. They're getting ready to go back green here.
Coming to the green flag for the restart, Zachary Cecil set to lead us back to the green flag. 11 laps remain here in the Crown Vic Schaefer's Lubricants 25 here this afternoon. Legend Series cars, you should be staging up. You are next. Here we go, back to the green.
Green flag's back out. Zach Cecil with a very good start, jumping out there in the lead. And here's to the 06. We'll see what happens to her on that outside groove down the backstretch.
Jacob Robertson, of course, he picked up the win last time out. He's trying to go back-to-back right now. Zachary Cecil trying to spoil that party for him. Now they come to the line again. 10 laps to go.
Zach Cecil now trying to pull away a little bit. Jacob Robertson trying to keep up. Nick Payne now third. They're side-by-side for fourth. Anna Harrison still hung up on that outside.
That is not where you want to be, hung up on the outside here at the Intertrack at Salem Speedway. 9 laps to go, Zachary Cecil, but Jacob Robertson all over the back bumper. Nick Payne in that number 49 machine goes third. J. Rob Masterson and John Lister round out your top 5.
Yeah, in the 45, John Lister, yes, now back up on the board, showing 5th place after 17 laps.
A lot of damage on the right-hand side of that number 45 of John Lister. Down the back straightaway they go, trying to fight it out, but Jacob Robertson trying to chase in. He gets to the back bumper of Zachary Cecil's number 37. What a battle we're shaping up here for.
18 down, 7 to go. Zach Cecil trying to hold off Jacob Robertson. He looks down to the inside.
Now you have a slower car right in front. That is the number 18 machine. I believe that is Clayton Sander. They'll get by him. He is a lap car. Kevin Scott using the high side too, another lap car as everyone else trying to get through. Right now, top 3 car breakaway. They get past Sanders, number 18, down the back straightaway. Now Bonds, number 57. 5 to go this time by.
We'll keep our eye up front there. Jacob Robertson really trying to look on that inside of Zach Cecil, waiting for a little bit of a hole to get in there. There he is looking again, but can't quite make it.
Well, now you have 2 slower cars right in front. You have Ziegler and Ewing and Brandon Bailey right in front of your 2 leaders. 4 laps to go off turn 4 this time by for the number 37 of Zachary Cecil and Jacob Robertson and Nick Payne.
Zach Cecil seeing that 91 right in that rear view mirror. He's staying right there. And here he comes again. Give him a little bit of bumper into 3.
Trying to get all up on it. Here we go. Now Ewing trying to move him out of the way. That is a lap car right now as they enter turns number 1 and 2. Yellow flag out on the speedway for 51 and Elena Wilhoit. So Smith and Wilhoit around on the back straightaway. Going to bring us to a caution flag with 3 laps to go. Tough break for the 51 of Tim Smith and Elena Wilhoit's number 94A. So what a battle we were shaping up with the number 37 of Zachary Cecil and Jacob Robertson's number 91 teams. Jacob trying all he can to go back-to-back here on the short track at Salem Speedway.
Yeah, I don't think neither one of us seen exactly what happened over there. We looked over there, and there was 94 up on the wall backwards, and the 51 doing some donuts over there. So not sure exactly what happened there, but we'll get the lineup back underway. We'll get ready to do the choose cone again with 3 laps to go.
And if you have a purple children's ticket, please get that out now. We have another giveaway here, another child's ticket. The ticket number is 026016. 026016. If you have that purple ticket, bring it to the press box and claim your ticket to get you a free Salem Speedway t-shirt. Once again, 026016 on your purple ticket. So, yeah, this restart, like you talked about, Hawk Harold Adams, going to be very important, maybe the most important of this race. 22 laps upon the board of the 25 scheduled here this afternoon, the Schaefer's Lubricants 25. The question is, can Zachary Cecil hold him off? That's the question.
Yeah, with 3 laps remaining here, you wonder if maybe you might want to try that outside groove. Not sure if Jacob Robertson will or not. I don't think he will, but the possibility is there, of course, with only 3 laps remaining. But who will take that outside pole? We'll find out here in a moment. Nick Payne in the 49, he could do it. J. Rob Matterson in the 32. Maybe John Lister gets back up there in the 45. It looks like it's going to be J. Rob sneaking up there. J. Rob Matterson in the 32 going to be on that front row. Looked like John Lister was going to, but then decided to stay back on that inside groove. So it's going to be J. Rob Matterson on that outside, going to challenge Zach Cecil on that front row. We'll say 1 to go this time around. 3 laps remaining.
And I can tell you, race fans, my nipple's so cold up here hard right now. It's cold as ice. You know, it's live TV. We're just having fun in the press box. Ryan, that's one you can use, buddy, right there. Everyone watching it out there, you got to love that. Getting ready for the restart, Zachary Cecil. And yes, a cold press box. Here we go. We're back underway.
J. Rob Magnuson decided to go down outside. We'll see if it pays off. Not looking good for him so far.
So down the back straightaway, 2-car battle for the number 2 spot. Here comes Jacob Robertson to the inside. And Jacob Robertson and Zach Cecil get together just a little bit. That's racing for you down the front straightaway into turns 1 and 2. What a battle we're setting up here for.
A battle for third there.
Yes, indeed. Nick Payne, J-Rob Masterson on the high side. Here we go. Getting ready and set. What a battle. White flag in the air. One more lap around Salem Speedway. Down the back straightaway for the final time. Looking to make another winner for the first time here in 2024 off turn 4. It will be Zachary Cecil picking up the win, followed by Jacob Robertson, Nick Payne, Ricky Puckett, John Lister, and big gaggle of cars. And how about that? J-Rob Masterson, tough break for the 32 team. He goes around, and he's not even going to finish the race. And there you have it. Wow, Jacob Robertson gave it a run, but how about Zachary Cecil? Great battle between those two competitors. As Hawk Harold Adams will head down to get a word with your top 3 in Red Ball and Recycling Victory Lane. And just a reminder, 14 and 45, John Lister, Ricky Puckett, you should be going to tech from finishing in that 4th and 5th spot. Cars begin to make their way to Red Ball and Recycling Victory Lane. Hawk Harold Adams handling the first 2 class interviews for me, and I'll be taking over for the rest of the afternoon. Hawk Harold Adams, I'll let you take it away down there in Red Ball and Recycling Victory Lane. Take it away, sir.
All right, thank you, Will Greenwell. We'll get a word here with our top 3 as they make their way over here. After a wild 25-lap feature for the on-site plumbing, heating, and air Crown Vic Short Track Series. We'll try to see if we can get Zach Cecil to come on up here. Him and the 7 are discussing a little bit of race strategies from that event. So after they get done with their conversation, we'll have our own little conversation. Here comes the 37. The 37, the 91, and the 49, your top three today here in our first event. All right, there he's out of the car now. How about it, Zach Cecil? We'll see if we can get a word over here. Got their new audio system and mic system. We'll see if we can reach him over here. So far, so good. Zach Cecil, come over here, my man. Hey, Zach. I can see why you won now. You got the lucky Race 8 shirt. We're matching here, looking good. All right, that was a wild event here. A lot of cars out there, a lot of things happening. After all that, you had to win there. You had to hold off a hard charge from the 91 also there at the end. What do you think about that race?
Oh, man, I had a blast. I really had a blast. There was cars everywhere. Big props to Jacob for keeping it clean. I had a blast. I'd like to appreciate for some of my help.
All right, yeah, we'll give you a chance here to thank your sponsors for getting out here. It was a heck of a race. I know you're still kind of out of breath, so gather your thoughts here real quick and make sure you thank everybody you want to thank for getting here to Victory Lane here today.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Daniel Glover, Ashley Glover with G&G Radiator, Tri-State Epoxy, USA Hemp, my brother Josh Spence. Wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him.
Well, there you go, your winner of the day's first event, Zachary Cecil in the 37. All right, where's my man Jacob Robertson at? There he is. How could I miss him, right? Come over here, Jacob. I know you've been out here in the podium before. I think you won the last event here in the short track. This time you almost got it. Tried to get underneath the Zach Cecil, but couldn't quite make it there. There was a lot of traffic out there, too, during that event. A lot of things happening. You come away with second place. You got to be happy with your run here today.
Yeah, it was a good run. Zach's always ran me clean everywhere we ever raced, so I had no reason to rough him up to get around him. I gave him the bumper, tried shaking him up, but he was smooth, and he got the win. I'm happy for him.
All right, yeah, good run there. Good to see that out there. So who you want to thank here today to get you back up here again on the podium here today on this first event?
I got to thank James Jewell, Custom Homes and Remodeling, Merle Bierman Excavating, Joey Johnson, Commonwealth Dodge, Carrigal with KJ Enterprises, B&R Speed Shop, Elder Heating and Air, Bullitt County Supermarket, Burkhead Overhead Doors, and Clapp Mowing and Landscaping.
All right, a lot of people there. That's what it takes to get you up here, a good team. Second place right there, 91, Jacob Robertson. All right, where's my man Nick Payne? Get him over here. There he is. We say, Nick, you had a good run there. A lot of stuff happening. All of a sudden, on that restart, there you were up there in the top three. So I know you had a good run. So what do you think about that race here today?
Yeah, it was a fun race. We weren't very fast in practice and qualifying, but we pulled it together there in the race and had a good finish.
I know there on that last choose cone there, we was wondering who might go the outside. Or even thinking about that with 3 to go?
Very little. It's hard to work the outside here. I knew the worst I was going to do, unless something happened, was finish 4th, and I was fine with that too. Didn't want to get hung up outside and finish 8th. So.
Yeah, I understand how that. We've seen that happen plenty of times. But you got your top 3 here. So who you want to thank to get you out here today?
Got to thank Mo and Kathy Motorsports, B&R Race Engines, All-Star Truck Repair, Tiffany Mills Realty. I know I'm forgetting somebody. PBR Racing, and happy birthday to my Aunt Dawn at home.
All right, there you have it. Third place in the 49, Nick Payne. All right, Will Greenwell, I'll send it back to you, my man.
Thank you very much, Hawk Carrot Adams, getting ready for the Diesel Boys Parts Carts Legends Series, getting ready for their 25-lap feature here this afternoon. Some names missing in the lineups here, but Clayton Bohannon going to lead them on the pole here of this one in that number 33. 24 on his outside. Ashton Morello's number 11. Johnny Weaver's number 24W. 24J Sam Johnson. Max Olmstead's number 35. 84 former Speed Drum track champion Xavier King. James Vanover in the 9V. Tim Skinner Jr.'s 14. Eddie Forsythe's number 8. The number 4 of Kristen Hammer. Douglas Vanover's 94V. The number 12 machine. 84R, Jack Receiver, and Ryan Krugler's number 19 scheduled to be. We had a few come in late a little bit earlier on this afternoon. So this will be 25 laps will be the distance. Salem Super Cars, just an FYI, you will be next. Salem Super Cars, you will be next at the conclusion of this main event here for the Legend Series. So here we go, Clayton Bohannon now on the point, 25 laps set to be the distance in the Legend Series event today. We thank all of you fans for being here with us tonight. Greg Grisham's number 24, that is the driver on the outside front row. Johnny Weaver, Astor Morello, Sam Johnson, your top 5. It's good to see the Legend program building here at Salem Speedway 2024. We're glad to have them here. It's kind of a great starter division, or, I mean, with the money that they're putting online in like Charlotte Motor Speedway and stuff like that, definitely a great payout for the Legend Series cars. Of course, now we see the Bandoleros be a kind of stepping stone to the Legend Series as a transitional division. So yellow flag still out on the speedway. Clayton Bohannon on the pole of this one. And we talked about the success that Xavier King has had in that number 84. We've talked about being a Legend Series champion and winner at the Indianapolis Speedrome, mini late model driver as well up there at the historic 5th mile in Indianapolis, Indiana. So one to go at the line, Hawk Carrot Adams. What are you expecting in the Legend Series? Now, this class, we do see you have to use the bumper a lot of the times.
Yeah, these guys have to use that bumper, as you said. They know that that outside groove isn't the preferred groove, so they are looking for a way on that inside. So if they have to use that bumper, they will. We have seen it done many a time, so we're getting ready to go green next time around.
Next time around, Clayton Bohannon going to lead us to the green flag off turn number 4 here in the Legend Series. Now 25 laps set to be the distance. They bunch up down on the back straightaway, coming to the green flag at the start zone. Here we go, and we are underway.
Into turn 1 they go. Clayton Bohannon jumping out that early lead, but he's got some traffic right there. He holds on. They're going 3 wide down the backstretch, and we got one turned around.
Looks like Kristen Hammer's number 4 car brings out the first caution of this event. It will be a total restart. So tough break for the 4 of Kristen Hammer. Going to be bringing out the caution before the start of the race. It will be a total restart. Don't forget, race fans, just a quick FYI, concession stands behind the main grandstand are open, serving up some delicious food from the State Farm Jason Wade concession stand. Merchandise stand is open. Brand new 2024 Salem Speedway t-shirts. Also, the brand new Wild Will Throwdown podcast t-shirt that Arizona Sports Shirts have designed is down there as well. We appreciate each and every one of your support, and who knows what we'll have next week on the podcast. I know we're getting ready for episode number 14 of Season 3, so we're very excited for that as we get ready for the restart here. And don't forget, the next time we are here at Salem Speedway will be June the 8th, and that will be the King of the High Banks event with the Vors Compact Touring Series CRA Street Stocks, and, of course, the Great American Stocks and the Vors Compact Welding Compacts with the Midwest Modifieds. Coming to the restart, Hawk Carrot Adams, lead us to the green.
All right, they're going to be looking to go green. Clayton Bohannon hoping to get out to that early lead like he did on the last start. Green flag is out, and we're underway.
Hornets Nest down in turns 1 and 2 again. Here we go. Ashton Morello gets off just a little bit. Gresham's on the high side. Drag race down the back straightaway. Clayton Bohannon still has it. Who's going to lead lap number 1 in the Legend Series event? It looks to be Clayton Bohannon's number 33.
1 lap down. Clayton Bohannon is your leader. The 24 now getting shuffled back to 4th place as they get single foul now into turns 3 and 4.
Here we go. You can see on your TV at salemspeedway.com the pylon to the left. 23 laps to go, and caution flag waves.
Can't tell.
And looks to be the number 12 machine. And that is going to be Dean Bradshaw's number 12. This brings out the caution. Looks like 2 laps up on the Salem Speedway scoreboard. So tough break for the number 12 team.
So we get 2 laps in the books officially. This Diesel Boys Race Parts Legends 25-lap feature. Clayton Bohannon again will have to lead them to the green. But he's got Ashton Morello now has moved into 2nd place in the 11, and the 24J is Sam Johnson. And as we've seen Greg Gresham move back into 4th place in that 24. And there's Xavier King being shown 5th place in the 84. He is a tough customer, has won many times here, so we'll keep our eye on the 84 as this race progresses. With plenty of time left, 2 down, 23 to go.
Yeah, 23, and tough breaks here for the Legend Series cars is trying to get all spread out and not kind of go around. Now, we see this a lot of the times with the Legend Series cars. Easy just to kind of punt someone out of the way, and they lose it a little bit. So Hoosier Racing tires on this track, and we talked about we're not seeing a lot of dust because we did have some moisture overnight come here in the Salem, Indiana area. You can see the kind of ponding of water in some of the turns and whatnot. So dust really not an issue, what we've seen a lot of the times here at Salem Speedway, but still a slick track for these Legend Series cars and the speeds that they carry through the turns. So the question is, we are 1 lap officially in the books, 24 to go. Clayton Bohannon having a great run. Of course, Clayton Bohannon competing in the INEX Nationals down at the Citrus County Speedway in Florida over the offseason. We came in right after that with the Outlaw World Figure 8 Winter Storm Series. And so a lot of divisions actually competing in that Florida area for the off-season of regular tracks. But here we are getting ready for the summer shootout at Charlotte Motor Speedway with a lot of these Legends and Bandoleros. So that 33 team has a lot of plans, and a lot of these Legends do, for the rest of 2024.
Yeah, they do have a lot of options available to those drivers in the region and in the area. So these guys can do a lot of traveling and enjoy doing a lot of traveling. Looks like we're going to do the choose cone lap, if you will, this time around. Of course, we'll see Clayton Bohannon go to that inside. We'll see who wants to go to the outside front row this time around.
Choosing this time, and I'm sure that Clayton Bohannon's going to choose the inside front row, as he will. You can see those cars on the apron. Now, here's the winning car right here. He's going to pick that outside 35 winning choice, I call it, because, I don't know exactly what happened there with the number 35.
Well, I believe the 35 kind of jumped the gun before the white 24 got to the stripe, and the 24 wanted that outside.
Yep, that's the call. So there you go. So he tried to sneak one in there, but race control watching everything have that happens. But anyways, what I was talking about, if no one chooses that high side and you have the top 6 choose the inside, you're going to push yourself all the way to the front row. So that is the kind of benefits of the choose rule.
Yeah, that was really interesting. That whole outside was open, and the 35 said, I'm just taking that. But they hadn't got to the stripe yet, so the 24 there decided he was wanting to go the outside, and he's got it right there. I know we got 3 number 24s out there, a little bit confusing. We'll try to keep that straight for you.
Well, here we go to the restart. Clayton Bohannon set to bring us to the restart off turn number 4 this time by, and we are back underway. 1 lap complete of the 25 scheduled.
So into turns 1 and 2 now. I got 3-car battle down the backstretch. Look out into turn 3. 3 wide. Which 24 is it?
'84 is Xavier King, top of the board yet again. He knows how to get around here in a Legend Series car. Now coming to 3 laps. Everyone almost single file throughout Salem Speedway's inner track.
Wow, we talked about Xavier King, and he knows how to get up there, and there he is all of a sudden in the lead. That's Johnny Weaver in the 24, the white 24, second. Now Clayton Bohannon now holding off a charge for Morello for third, and there around goes Clayton Bohannon.
So with the contact wear with Ashton Morello's number 11, both of those cars will start at the tail to restart this race. So the 11 will join him at the tail. So that is the call from race control.
Yeah, so a lot of action here early on in this Legend feature. We seen him going 3 wide down the backstretch, and you knew that wasn't going to work. So we got the 33 and the 11 got together, and they're both going to go to the tail of the field.
So the number 33 of Bohannon and the Ashton Morello number 11 will go to the tail end. That is the call from race control. So both of those cars will go to the tail end. So the 33 will be starting with the number 11 on the tail end of the pack here for the restart. So already the inner track causing some drama, as if you will, Hawk Harold Adams.
Yeah, a lot going on that short track. And we still got plenty of laps to go here in this Legend feature. But it is Xavier King showing away in the 84. Just Johnny Weaver in that white 24 running second. We're ready for the choose lap this time around, so we'll see who wants to go to the outside front row this time.
Here we go. And, of course, Xavier King's going to choose the inside as well as Sam Johnson. But there is the number 15 machine, and that is Tim Skinner Jr. He's going to be the first to choose the outside. He was running 7th at the time, I believe.
I think it's a pretty good choice to go ahead and give it a try after being in 7th place, if you will. Now all of a sudden front row on that outside. We'll see how he can hang.
So here's what I really like to see right now. Now, you know, the tail end was where the number 11 of Ashton Morello and Clayton Bohannon had chose. But now look at those two cars. They choose the outside, so they are already in about the 3rd or actually 4th row back. So this is going to be very interesting by those two on that call. I'm excited to see how this one rounds up. Only 3 laps in. Think about that.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time, and they decided to get on up there using that outside, and they're right there nose to tail with each other. We'll keep an eye on those two.
Here we go, getting ready for the restart. 22 laps to go in the Legend Series event.
I know it. Xavier King showing away. Johnny Weaver second as they battle for 3rd on back. Look out, we got a car turned around over there on the backstretch. Another caution out.
Cautions, breeding cautions here in this Legend Series 25-lap feature event. Gresham's number 24 goes around. Kristen Hammer comes around, has nowhere to go, and you can see the replay coming up here on Dirt 2 Media. If you're home watching on SalemSpeedway.tv, Gresham's number 24 goes around. Caitlin comes in, slows the brakes down, and then the 12 comes in and everyone else and just had nowhere to go. Luckily, it doesn't look like a hard hit, so I believe those cars are going to be able to kind of complete. But, man, 3 laps of 25 laps. This one, rough start here this afternoon.
Yeah, that could have been a lot worse. The drivers did pretty good checking up right there. Looked like the Gresham in 24 just made a little bit of contact coming out of 2 and kind of got the car upset a little bit. And the car just came around. Once these cars get loose, they're really a handful to hold on to. And that thing came around, and he was hoping nobody would plow into him. And a couple cars come up there, made a little bit of contact, but not a whole lot. So we're getting the lineup back underway again. 3 laps shown on the board.
3 laps shown of the 25 schedule. Don't forget, coming up next will be the Salem Super Cars main event. 25 laps of the Salem Super Cars coming up next. One Legend Series car making the hard right-hand turn to the pit area. So now we will once again go back to the choose rule. Xavier King definitely not wanting to see these caution flags, Harold Adams.
Nah, he's wanting to just go ahead and keep it green and just run on out there. He's got clean air in front of him, and he just wants to go on and race this race out. He don't want to see these guys come up there and challenge him any more than they have to. We'll see who wants to get up there and challenge him on the outside once we get to the choose cone again, as these cars are starting to dwindle down a little bit. You see the John Robbins in the 19 here on the front stretch here, taking it pit side. Another casualty of the event. Only 3 laps in, 22 laps to go.
Making sure they get the lineup A correct. 2 to go and choose this time by Xavier King, going to be the first to choose. Once again, we'll see if we have the same scenario here. He chooses the inside. Who is going to choose the high side? The 15 is going to go up from that 4th spot. He's going to choose the high side. So Tim Skinner Jr. chooses the high side. Sam Johnson still inside 2nd row. And now look at the 33 of Clayton Bohannon. How about that?
Yeah, he's right back up there in the mix, so we'll see if he can hang on up there on the outside and get a good start here. And like I say, still plenty of time, so a lot can still happen.
1 to go at the line this time by. Here we go, getting ready for the restart, and we are underway. Looks good so far. Here we go.
Xavier King with another good start, and there he goes. Skinner jumps right back behind him, so he's got a good hold on 2nd with Weaver 3rd.
Here we go now. Xavier King, top of the board. 4 laps now on the board. Let's see how many consecutive laps we can turn here in the Legend Series race. Down the back straightaway they go. Now all Legend Series cars, single file so far throughout the racing surface. Xavier King leads another lap. 20 laps to go. Now here comes the 24 machine. Believe that is going to be Sam Johnson.
Yes, Sam Johnson with a good move on the inside of Weaver, taking over at 3rd spot. So we'll keep an eye on Sam Johnson. He might have something for the top 2.
No doubt, here we go. But Xavier King all running away from Tim Skinner Jr.'s number 15. They all bunch up. Looks like he lost a little bit of momentum there. Here comes the number 24 machine, Sam Johnson, now taking P2.
Yeah, Sam Johnson at 24, that gray 24, looking really good. Moving up the 3rd, now up to 2nd, and we'll see if he has anything for Xavier King in that top spot.
Bohannon and Ashton Morello still back there trying to switch positions, switching it up back there. As those 2 cars switching it back and forth. Now 1 car goes a lap down. I believe that is receivers number 84. Coming to 9 laps on the board for Xavier King's number 84.
We got a challenge there for 3rd spot. Looks like Olmsted on the inside, gaining ground on Skinner. So 35 now, Max Olmsted into 3rd place.
Trying to beat and bang the front bumpers all the way through it, and Bohannon and number 24 of Weaver looked almost to get bumpers hooked together.
Yeah, it looks like the Weaver, the 24 car's lost power. He's almost going to stall out there. It looks like he is.
Yellow flag going to fall here yet again, but we have more consecutive laps on the board. 10 laps complete of the 25, and just looked like Bohannon's number 33 and the 24 Weaver get hooked together a little bit, and looked like that was the beginning of demise for the power of that number 24 of Weaver. But Xavier King all out front, but man, Sam Johnson's 24 was coming on strong in 2nd.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a good machine out there. We'll keep an eye on that the rest of the way, see if he has anything for that 84 car. That Weaver in the 24, we see him get past by a couple cars there. It's almost like he was having a little bit of trouble there early on, and then now the car just completely shuts down. And there he sits dead in the water in turn 2. All right, let's give away another prize here for the kids, another kids T-shirt. Get out your purple ticket stub for the kids. 026027. That is the ticket number for another free T-shirt for kids from the Salem Speedway merchandise trailer. That ticket number again on a purple kids ticket, 026027. If you have that ticket, bring it up here to the tower, and we'll give you a certificate for a free T-shirt from the Salem Speedway merchandise trailer. So track officials trying to get everything in order here. Looks like Gresham in 24 is going to make his way back onto the track and onto the back of the field. I believe we may be coming around to the choose lap this time around. We'll see what happens. Xavier King, of course, leading the way in the 84. Sam Johnson's having a good run in that gray 24. We'll see what he wants to do. He's already taken a peek to the outside, but is he going to do it or not? I don't know. And it looks like the 35, Max Olmstead's going to take that outside front row. He's going to get up there and challenge Xavier King in the 84, so we'll see how that works out. Sam Johnson will be on the inside second row. Tim Skinner in the 15. He'll be on the outside of row 2. There you see Clayton Bohannon in the 33. He's back up there on the board showing 5th. He'll be on the inside row 3. So we got everybody in order, I believe. We'll try to go green next time around. 10 laps being shown on the board. 15 to go. All right, looking to go green this time around. Green flag's out. Here we go. Not a good start for Olmsted on the outside. We got a car look like Weaver again shutting down in turn 4. We can't even make the green flag. He was the car that shut down and caused this last caution. And as soon as they threw the green, that car just shut down again. So might be time to push that thing on pit side. That thing just not wanting to cooperate. So we're going to have to do it all over again. All right, we're going to go ahead and get them choosed up here right now. They can go ahead and do the choose cone again this lap right here. See if anybody has any different ideas. Looks like, once again, Sam Johnson going to stay on the inside. Homestead's going to try it again on the outside. So the first 2 rows going to be the same as the last restart. Homestead hoping for a better start than the last one. That 84 Xavier King, really good on these restarts. Going to be tough to beat for sure. So one more time around. We'll let Olmsted have a shot at it. See what he's got. Sam Johnson in that grade 24 has looked strong all event. We'll see if he can keep up with Xavier King. And don't count out the 33 Clayton Bohannon back there in row 3. As they come around picking up speed now, looking to go green. Look like a pretty good start. And green flag is out here. Here we go. Olmsted trying to hang on outside. But Xavier King once again pulling out there. But Olmsted hanging tough on the outside. Still on the outside right next to him. As they come around to complete lap number 11. Olmsted in the 35 hanging tough. There's Sam Johnson in the 24. Right up on the bumper of your leader. Good 3-car battle down the backstretch. Olmsted hanging good on the outside, but starting to lose a little bit of ground now. There he goes a little wide. Sam Johnson trying to stay on that inside, not letting the 35 down on that inside, but Olmsted trying to hang on the best he can. Olmsted. Oh, and they get together. Olmsted goes around now in turn 4. Caution is out. They made contact right there. Olmsted and Johnson as they were battling for that second spot, and Olmsted's car just whipped around there on that contact. Not sure a whole lot of damage done to it or not, but he's got that thing fired up and testing it out. We'll see if he can stay out on the track, but he will be back onto the tail of the field.
Yeah, tough break for Max Olmsted's number 35 machine as he will go to the tail end for the restart. And Xavier King just cannot – he's probably ready to go. I mean, 12 laps now in this Legend Series race of the 25 scheduled today. This is going to be a tough break for him. Quick FYI, Salem Super Cars, you are next. Salem Super Cars, you will be next. You need to be making your final preparations. Salem Super Cars, you are next for your main event.
So we got 12 laps shown on the board now. That is 25 lapper. Xavier King continues to lead. That was a good challenge that time by the 35 Max Olmstead. Run pretty good out there on the outside, but once they made contact with the 24, then it was all she wrote for him. That car went around. He'd be on the tail. But here's the choose cone again, and we'll see who it is. Looks like Skinner this time in the 15, going to that outside front row. He'll be out there next to the 84. Sam Johnson, of course, staying on the inside track. He'll be on the inside of row 2. And I believe on the outside now of row 2, I believe that is the 9V of James Vanover now, taking advantage of that outside. And he's going to get up there and try to get up in the mix as well in that 9V.
One to go at the line this time. Next time by, coming to the green flag, Xavier King still on top of the point. 12 laps, just right at the halfway point of this 25-lap Diesel Boys Race Car Parts Legend Series 25 main event, and we are back underway.
Looking to go green. Green flag's out. Here we go. Another great start for Xavier King. Skinner now really in trouble on that outside. So a couple cars get together. Morello down the infield, but he gathers it back up.
So the halfway signal this time by. Right now you have Xavier King, Sam Johnson, and Clayton Bohannon, and Tim Skinner Jr. and Vanover. Rounding out your top 5 Legend Series cars, now officially over the halfway point.
So Xavier King now pulling away a little bit, but he's got Sam Johnson right there with him. It's a 2-car breakaway, as Will likes to say. Those 2 cars definitely showing they are the strongest of the bunch. Sam Johnson not letting King get away.
Coming to the 10-lap to go mark this time by right now. That is your top 3 podium. Xavier King, Sam Johnson, and Clayton Bohannon. Now 15 laps upon the board. 10 laps now left to be remaining here in the Legend Series to close this one out this afternoon. Down the back straightaway. Can Sam Johnson do anything with that 84? And Morello gets into Vanover's number 9V machine. So now we're hearing is the number 11 going to be parked for rough driving. So the number 11 of Ashton Morello will go pit side.
We've already seen the 11 get into it with the 33 earlier. Now it's the 9V. And so, yes, Will, they are saying that is it for the 11 for the day. So they'll come out there to try to help out the 9V Vanover get off the track. So a rough road here for these Legends in this 25-lap feature. Looks like they're having a little discussion as well. A lot of conversations out there today, Will.
Yeah, no doubt, like we talked about, and the 11 going to be showing the black flag right now, and he's off the track, and he will make the hard left-hand turn into PNC Pit Road. Maybe he can go test that car on the high banks here.
He definitely
is.
is.
A little bit of speed.
He's definitely testing it out here as he's getting ready to load her up for the day, I guess.
Well, 15 laps complete on the board of the 25 scheduled. Still a lot to be remain here in the Legend Series.
All right, ready for the choose lap here once again. It looks like Sam Johnson going to stick to the inside. There goes Skinner. He's going to go back to the outside again, try it once again. And there is, looks like the 35 Olmsted also on the outside. He's right back in the mix. So he is not done yet. Still 10 laps to go.
And we are just getting to race control. The next flag will end this race. How about that? The next flag going to end this race. And the crowd goes wild. I know it. Look at them all. It's the most I've seen them excited all day long, Hawk Harold Adams.
We can't say there ain't been a lot of excitement, though. But, yeah, a lot of cautions. You know, cautions is cautions, and it's time to wrap this thing up. So, Xavier King, we'll see if he can finish it out. He's had a good run, so we'll see what happens.
Well, you're going to have a lot to talk about in Red Ball Recycling Victory Lane. But here we go. Next flag will end the race. We are back underway.
Back underway indeed. And again, Skinner having a rough go of it. He backs down into fourth place. So it's Xavier King leading the way once again. Sam Johnson second, Clayton Bohannon third.
Here we go. You got to be careful now. These drivers have been towed. Next flag going to end at Xavier King. 16 laps, 9 laps to go right now here in this Legend Series feature race.
Lap 17 now on the board as they go single file now this time. Xavier King trying to finish it out, but Sam Johnson not letting him get away too far. He is staking right there, waiting for a mistake to happen, but Xavier King looking awful strong, completing lap 18. There's a car around.
And that's going to do it. Checkered flag, yellow flag together. Going to wave, and this will put a lunch of a clamp on that one. Everybody cheers. Man, I didn't even have to say cheer. They all cheered. That was a first. But there we go. Top three going to make their way to the front stretch with Hawk Harold Adams. And, wow, 18-lap Legend Series feature. Did not see that one coming here this afternoon. Salem Super Cars, please be making your way to staging, please. Salem Super Cars, please be making your way to staging. You are next, concluding the Victory Lane celebration for the Legend Series cars. Once again, race fans, thank you for being with us here today on a beautiful Sunday afternoon here at Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery. Want to thank each and every one of you for making it possible for us to be here. And, of course, we'll be thanking our marketing partners all afternoon long. We can't do it without each and every one of them, of course. Want to thank our contingency sponsors. Of course, Comp Cams will award a $75 product certificate to the third place and sixth place finishers at each Diesel Boys Great American Series event. We want to thank TCI Automotive, Quartermaster, All-Star Performance, Edelbrock, and, of course, Black Belt Racing, Pro Crafter, Salem Superstars contingency sponsor, Quartermaster. We want to thank all of our 2024 marketing partners. And Hawk Harold Adams, after a wild feature race event, 18 laps being the feature distance, you got a lot to talk about down there in Red Ball Recycling Victory Lane. Take it away, sir.
All right, thank you, Will. You see our winner now getting out of the car. You can hear you. Let's hear it for Xavier King. All right, Xavier. I tell you what, a lot of cautions there. You didn't want to see all. Because, once you got out there to lead, you moved your way up there really well. You got the lead, and you had caution after caution. I know you had to be thinking, let's get this thing over with.
Yeah, when you're racing, you definitely don't want to see caution after caution. But we got a good group of guys we're racing with. Everybody races each other clean up front, and just thankful to be back in Victory Lane down here in Salem. It's a long haul for us down here. It's about close to 3-hour drive, so we're just glad we were able to make the trip worth it, and glad my girlfriend's here, my mom, and Scott, and everybody who helps us. Mark for hauling the car down here, Cody for helping us out, and just glad we were getting it done. And got to thank Ferguson Brothers Construction, Beck Transport, Fredericks Contractors, John Robbins, Robbins Racing, and that's it.
There you go. I mean, you took care of it all right there. You've been here before. You know what it is. So congratulations to the 84, Xavier King. All right, let's get Sam Johnson over here, 24. The gray 24, as we just call it. We got 3 24s out there. Sam, you had a good run there. You look really, really strong. Xavier King, once he got out there to lead, we was wondering if he was just going to take off, but he couldn't get away from him. You had a pretty good, strong running car out there today, didn't you?
Yeah, I got to thank my guys. At the beginning of the day, it was a little iffy, but we got it back, dialed in, and kept going. Got pretty quick car at the end there, so wish it went a little longer so I could have maybe caught up with them, but good racing overall.
Yeah, I know. So on the choose cone every time, you just stuck on that inside. You didn't want any part of that outside groove, did you?
No, not at all. I knew the top side was just a no man's land, basically. We kind of just get shuffled back every time, so yeah.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You had a good run, got a good second place finish. So who you want to thank on this legend car here today to get you such a strong running car and in second place?
Yeah, I want to thank the Edsels, the Morellos, ERD, Last Chance Wreckers, Don Christie, my parents especially, and everyone that just helped me out today.
All right, there you go. Good, strong run. Second place for Sam Johnson. All right, Clayton Bohannon, let's get him over here. Crowd favorite. Clayton, a lot happened in that race. You were up there, you were back there, you're back up again, so you had a good run overall. You have to be happy you made it up here to the top 3 at the podium.
Yeah, I'm definitely happy. Put that call together last night. Didn't get done about 5 a.m. Wasn't expecting it to be that good, but yep.
Yeah, you look really good. Like I said, once you got back up here again, you kind of hung with the leaders a little bit, so you had a good run. Like I say, a lot going on there. You had to go to the tail there for a while, made your way back there. It's a really good run. So who you want to thank again personally to get that car up here?
I'd like to thank anybody that came to the top to help put it together. My dad, my family, and my sponsors, G&G Excavating and Nick Bohannon LLC.
All right, there you have it. Third place, 33, Clayton Bohannon. All right, that's it for the short track here, the 25-lapper for the Diesel Boys parts for the Legends. So I'll send it back up. We're going to get ready to do some big track racing. Back up to you, Will.
Thank you very much, Harold Adams, getting ready and set for the Pro Crafters. Salem Super Cars for the Washington County Tourism 25 getting ready to take place here. Beautiful looking Salem Super Cars getting ready and set. We'll give you the starting lineup here momentarily. And the starting lineup for tonight's Washington County Tourism 25 for the Pro Crafters Salem Super Cars. Starting 11th in the Derby City Epoxy Blue Lick Backhoe Services, Pro Crafters Hannafin Trucking from Henryville, Indiana, the number 95 of Kim Hahn. Rolling off 10th, it will be the Scottsburg's Bowling Lane Stick-em-Up Graphics G-Jog Race Cars from Sellersburg, Indiana. It will be the number 20 of Matt Adams. Rolling off 9th tonight, it's going to be the Diesel Boys LLC from Borden, Indiana. It will be the number 33 of Joey Jones. And starting 8th will be the Kimmel Racing number 68 of Alex Ware. Rolling off 7th will be the Melton McFadden Insurance and Donna's Donuts from Rockford, Michigan. It will be the number 44 of Scott Melton. Rolling off 6th tonight from Bowling Green, Kentucky in the Kimmel Racing number 69. It will be last time out winner Brian Rose. Rolling off 5th, your overall fastest qualifier in the Kemp Excavating, Huntingburg, Indiana. Number 9 car, it will be Todd Kemp. And rolling off 4th in the Derby City Epoxy Blue Lick Backhoe Service Pro Crafters Hannaford Trucking from Henryville, Indiana, the number 17 of Shane Slider. Rolling off 3rd in the Jailbreaker Potato Chips number 11 from London, Kentucky, it will be Jamie Mosley. Starting 2nd tonight, he was 3rd last time out in the Cooksey Brothers Racing number 51 from Illinois. Joe Cooksey rolls off number 2. And on the pole, it will be the Owen Racing S&S Concrete Kimmel Race Cars D-Fab Metal Fab Kentucky Clutch and Performance number 4 from Louisville, Kentucky. It will be Nick Reed rolling off on the pole. And this is how they're going to line up for the Washington County Tourism 25 here at Salem Speedway for the Pro Crafters Salem Super Cars. 1 to go signal at the line. Lights will be out on top of the Eddie Gilstrap Motors Pace vehicle. So getting ready and set to go. Will we have a new winner here in 2024 for race number 2, or will somebody else spoil the party like Brian Rose? He picked up the first event of 2024 in that Kimmel Racing number 69. We remember it. What a battle him and Shane Slider had in that number 17. Well, here we go. Down the back straightaway for the first time this afternoon, the Salem Speedway Pace vehicle is going to pick up speed. He'll make the hard left-hand turn down PNC Pit Road. Here we go, and the over half-mile track here at Salem, Indiana will roar to life for the first time this afternoon. Nick Reed, Joe Cooksey, Jamie Mosley, and Shane Slider, your top 2 rows. Here we go, and we are underway with the Salem Super Cars. Down in turns number 1 and 2, here we go. Good battle. Joe Cooksey jumps out to the early advantage. Shane Slider right behind him. Shane Slider now in that number 2 spot. Here comes Brian Rose. Thought better of it. Now Todd Kemp, the overall fastest qualifier, who started 5th. He goes to 3rd.
1 lap in the book. 51 Cooksey looking strong out there, but Shane Slider in the 17 in second now, trying to run him down. There's Todd Kemp in 9, 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, Todd Kemp was your overall fastest qualifier. The invert draw was a 5, so he's already worked up 2 positions right now. But Joe Cooksey right now, you can see just over a half-second advantage from him and Shane Slider on SalemSpeedway.tv if you're watching at home with 23 laps to go.
Joe Cooksey looking really good out there in that 51 so far, setting a good pace as they come around to complete lap number 3.
Lap number 3 up on the board. Joe Cooksey, yes indeed, Hawk Harold Adams, he is on top of the board right now. Can he stay out there? Last time out, he finished P3. Shane Slider in that 17, he finished P2. And Brian Rose is in 4th right now, and he picked up the win. But overall fastest qualifier, we'll talk about it all day long. Todd Kemp doing a phenomenal job.
4 laps in the books. Cooksey now looked like he might have been trying to pull away a little bit, but 17 Slider getting a little bit closer now, closing that gap.
Yeah, Shane Slider now reeling in that number 51 of Joe Cooksey in that beautiful fluorescent green and blue number 17 off turn number 4 right now. It's under a half-second advantage now from 1st to 2nd.
5 laps in the books now, this 25-lap feature. So a good pace so far. Cooksey setting the pace, but Slider is right there, closing the gap even more now.
Yes, you're indeed right, Hawk Harold Adams running down the gap right now, trying to get all over the back bumper of that Joe Cooksey, Illinois driver in the number 51 ARCA veteran. Joe Cooksey gets a little bit loose now. Here comes Shane Slider. He's trying to reel in that number 55. They head off down the back straightaway.
Shane Slider definitely looking like a strong competitor right now, putting the pressure on the 51 as they come out turn 4 to complete lap number 7.
Keeping an eye on that. We also have a battle back there as well. You see Jamie Mosley's number 11, Scott Melton right behind him in the 44, and Nick Reed. That is your battle for 5th right now going on the track. But still, that look, all eyes on the front 2 cars right now.
And your leaders coming out of turn 4, completing lap number 8. Cooksey trying to hold off a strong charge from Shane Slider in that 17, and Todd Kemp in the 9 trying to close in on him as well.
Yes, here they go. They exit turns number 2 down the back straightaway once more. He is all over the back bumper, and it does not take long to get around Salem Speedway in one of these supercars for 25 laps. Right now, 9 laps up on the board.
As they come across the stripe now, still a good battle on back there for 5th, 6th, and 7th. Those cars really battling hard. As you see Mosley now going the inside of Nick Reed.
Now here comes Mosley. He is underneath that left rear quarter panel of the Moby Dick number 4 machine of Nick Reed, Owens Racing machine, but Scott Melton now playing the game as well. He tries to go to the high side. Mosley slips up. Scott Melton thought better of it.
10 laps down, 15 to go in this event here. As Joe Cooksey still looking good out there. Slider is right there looking for a way around him, but he's got Todd Kemp right there. Here comes 69 Rose. He's trying to get into the mix as well.
Now we shift to the top of the board here. Cooksey right now has a .363 advantage over the number 17 is Shane Slider. Now Shane Slider's got to be careful. You have to be careful with these tires on these compounds they use here. 12 laps coming up next. Then it will be halfway home already 4-car battle for the front, 4-car battle for that number 5 spot as well.
So a couple of really good battles going on here. 12 laps down on the board. We'll see if anybody wants to make a move just yet. Still plenty of time, but they're clicking off the laps really quickly here.
No doubt halfway home next time by lap number 13. You'll see the cross flags this time from Barry Smithley down at the flag stand. Halfway home this time by for Joe Cooksey. Can Shane Slider or any of the rest do anything with that number 51 veteran?
These guys have done a really good job. We was talking about how they would handle this track and how these cars have been green so far. As we see Mosley again looking to the inside of Nick Reed for 5th place.
Good battles all over the track. The rest of the field just trying to get some laps underneath of them as they are newer to the Salem Super Cars series. But right now, next time by, just going to have 10 more circuits around Salem Speedway for Joe Cooksey, Shane Slider, Todd Kemp, and Brian Rose.
And once again on that backstretch, Mosley this time gets a good run on Nick Reed. He loses it and loops it on the backstretch. Nick Reed turns around and is backwards on the backstretch. Caution is out.
We saw that kind of playing out down at the exit of 2, but you know what? The good news is Nick Reed don't believe he hit anything or anyone, so just got very loose coming out of turn number 2 and just kind of looped that car around, but good to see that car refire. And what a battle this is going to be. This is the first restart I believe we're going to see. I believe we went green flag laps all the way through the last event, so this is the first time for 2024 that these Salem Supercars are going to have to choose at the line.
Yeah, they will have to do the choose. It's going to be interesting with 14 laps being shown on the board out of this 25-lapper for the Pro Crafter Salem Supercars. You see Nick Reed in that 4 gets that car back underway. We'll see if he can continue or if he has to go to the pit area.
Crown Vics on the high banks, you should be making final preparations. Crown Vics on the high banks, you should be making final preparations. You are coming up concluding the Victory Lane celebration of the Salem Speedway Supercars. Once again, Crown Vics on the high banks, you should be making final preparations. You are up next. So making sure the lineup is correct before we go back green flag racing. 11 laps to go here in the Salem Supercar event. Coming up next will be the Crown Vics 75-lap main event. 38 cars signed in. We'll see if they all make the call. That's going to be one for the books. Last time out, the Crown Vics, it was 50 laps. They're going to have an extra 25 laps of strategy to play out in that main event. Coming up next, a kind of twin main event, if you will, because it is the dual 75s with them and the Great American Stock Cars here this afternoon. So excited to see how that one plays out. I will have the top 3 down at Red Bar Recycling Victory Lane at the conclusion of this one. Next time by, going to get the 1-to-go signal, and they will choose this time as Nick Reed going to bring the number 4 back out to the Speedway.
All right, Will, it's going to be interesting to see what these drivers decide to do on this choose lane this time around. Shane Slider, what will he do? Will he stay on the outside or will he slide down to the inside row and give it a shot here with 11 laps, still plenty of time, but we'll see what happens here this time by. And it looks like Slider is going to go to the inside as well. He is going to try it. So Shane Slider will be on the inside of your leader on this restart. Todd Kemp going to be on the outside row 2. And there's Brian Rose in the 69 on the inside row 2.
Well, here we go. This may be the most important restart of the day for the Salem Supercars. Shane Slider, we'll see if that is the money call. Going to go to the inside. Here we go. Eddie Gilstrap Motor Space Vehicle picks up speed, getting ready at the Donnie Mingus restart zone down at the yellow wall and the box. Here we go. Cooksey and Slider for the restart.
Green flag is out. So it looks like Cooksey back to lead, and there's Todd Kemp in the 9, in the second. Slider back to third. Rose fourth. And there goes Kemp on the inside of your leader.
Todd Kemp now makes his way to the inside, left for a quarter panel, drag race down the front straightaway. How about Todd Kemp? He was your overall fastest qualifier. Does not shock me to see that. Here they come. Todd Kemp to the inside. Shane Slider's going to stay to the outside.
Kemp in the 9 makes contact with the 51, loses control. Can he hang on to it? And somehow, some way, he does hang on to it.
What a save from Todd Kemp. How about that in the number 9 machine? What a phenomenal save. Now Shane Slider's going to go to P2.
Incredible little sequence right there, but here comes Shane Slider to 17, looking really strong right on that bumper of the 51.
What an incredible race. 17 laps up on the board. Joe Cooksey trying to hold off a charging number 17, but here comes last time out winner Brian Rose in the Kimmel Racing number 69.
Your leaders go 1, 2, and 3 out of 4. As Rose makes it a 1, 2, 3 coming across the stripe. 18 down, 7 to go.
Wow, this race is not disappointing at all here this afternoon. Now Kimmel Racing gets a run. That is Brian Rose. Shane Slider in front of him. This top 3 is the same 3 cars that had a podium run last time out.
Look out, Rose up into the wall, and also 44 up into the wall. He keeps it going. We'll see if we stay green.
Scott Melton hard into the wall. He's still going with that number 44, and he's still into the wall over in turns 1 and 2, and he's going to try to get that car to PNC Pit Road.
And your leaders now coming out of 4 to complete lap number 25 to go. Still 51, 17, and 69.
5 to go, and Scott Melton's going to pull that number 44 to PNC Pit Road. Now 3 car under a blanket for the battle. 5-lap shootout here in the Salem Super Cars.
Joe Cooksey at 51 really has his hands full. The 17 and 69 look awful strong here late in this race. 4 to go.
4 laps to go right now. You can have them all under a blanket. Aggression's going to pick out. Here we go, running out of patience for these 3 cars down the back straightaway. It is Joe Cooksey, Shane Slider, and Brian Rose, your top 3.
And don't look now, but here comes in 4th place the 9, Todd Kemp, trying to get back up here in the mix as well.
3 laps to go right now for these drivers. Down the back straightaway, Brian Rose trying to the inside. Outside, Shane Slider, top 3 now. Single file. What's going to happen? Who's going to make the move? Who's going to jump out? Who's going to stay right behind?
2 laps to go this time around. Whatever you want to do, it's time to do it right now. There goes Rose into the back of 17. Slider gets him sideways. He hangs on. This allows the 51 Cooksey to gain some ground there, some cushion as they come around. The white flag will be out this time. Rose in the 69 has a lot of ground to gain again. He's closing fast in turns 1 and 2. Last time around, he's right behind the 51 now, looking awfully strong. Into turn 3. Rose dives down to the inside of the 51. They're going to have a drag race down the straightaway. Your winner will be the 51 Cooksey. Rose will get 2nd. Todd Kemp in the 9 ends up 3rd. Wow, what a race for the Pro Crafter Salem Super Cars. As Joe Cooksey had to hold off some hard chargers back there. The 17, the 69, the 9 all had some good runs there. But at the end, it's the 51 of Joe Cooksey coming out the victor. As Will Greenwell is making his way down to the track here to get a word with our top 3. Whenever you're ready, Wild Will, go ahead and take it away, sir.
And race fans, he's climbing out of the car. Let him hear you. Joe Cooksey parks it in Victory Lane here in Red Ball and Recycling Victory Lane. What a battle. What a race in general. A ton of storylines in the top 3 races here this afternoon. And incredible. Joe, wow, what a race. What an incredible race to call. These things continue. And I know it's a broken record. Every week we see phenomenal races with these cars. Man, what a battle. Brian Rose, he was coming. He had it last time, but, man, you held on to it. And then, of course, the issue with Shane Slider, them mixed up in the back there. But, man, what an incredible run by your team today.
We had a good day. I ain't going to lie. I like that. That was a good run. Todd, man, he gave it all he had there. And Brian was coming. I mean, you just can't beat it.
No, you can't. And, we talk about these cars each and every time. We looked at the top 3 who finished in the podium last time out. You were going to be a force to be reckoned with. Third last time out. You win today. You wanted it. Brian Rose, I didn't know what was going to happen. He was charging quick. And, man, Todd Kemp there was a lot of storylines. But, man, congratulations. And again, who would you like to thank? I know you're a short crew, but they matter, of course.
Well, my brother Mike, we've raced together. The first race car showed up in 1974, and we've been doing it ever since. And my nephew Nick, boy, works his butt off, and it's all of us. I just happen to be in the car.
Absolutely, going to get a congratulations from Will Kimmel, and we'll get Brian Rose up here in the number 69 team. Just want to make sure we get, and then Todd Kemp. We'll get Mr. Todd Kemp up here in the number 9 machine. Brian, we talked last time out. You finished first then you come out and finish second, man. You look like you're having fun just like you did when you won last time out. What an incredible race this was.
Man, what a great, beautiful day here at Salem Speedway. Hope y'all had a heck of a show up there. Some good racing. Thank y'all for coming out on a Sunday. Want to thank the track, Circle Track Warehouse, Ed Gilstrap, Air Ford dealership. Y'all go see them. Great sponsors here. We just want to thank all y'all. Hope we put on a show.
Well, there he is. Brian Rose picks up a number 2, and we'll get Todd Kemp. Now, Todd Kemp, I want to talk to this man because I had fun calling this race. Now, Todd, overall fastest qualifier. You get a 5 invert. You work your way up. Everyone up there was on their feet talking about that save off 4. Man, what did it feel like inside that cockpit?
Well, that's pretty awesome. I'm glad I saved it. Yes, we got the pole 2 weeks in a row. It's getting better. Watch out, that number 9's coming.
Well, I told him that last time because you were overall fastest time the first time out. You come out here, you still savage a third-place finish. These cars are fun to drive, I'm sure. You look like you're having fun out here.
Yeah, it's a lot better when your car handles.
Well, who would you like to thank on that number 9 machine?
Yeah, got to thank myself for all this dumbass work I put in it. And Kemp Excavating, Hank Sign Shop, Bottle Body and Glass, Wesley Small Brothers, and all my crew that comes to help at the track. And the Kimball's helped me out, and what the hell's his name? Hayden helped me out. John Hayden helped me out this week. The car got tight last week. It stayed underneath me a lot better this week. So we got something to build on from this.
Well, there he is. Third place finish. Todd Kemp parks it in Victory Lane in third. And Hawk Harold Adams, back up to you, buddy, getting ready for the Crown Vic 75 lapper.
All right, thank you, Will Greenwell. Yes, after a fantastic Pro Crafters Salem Super Cars feature event, we're getting ready for the Crown Vics now. The Mike's Muffler and Brakes Crown Vic Big Track Series. We get into our 75-lap features, our dual 75s. First will be the Crown Vics, and then, of course, the Gas Series cars will be after that. So two 75-lappers coming at you here on the big track. As you see the Crown Vics lining up on the backstretch, getting ready to work their way out onto the big track. We'll get these guys lined up. Lots and lots of cars scheduled to go in this one, of course. We had about 37 Crown Vics on the premises ready for this event. Not sure how many of them will actually come on out here, but it'll be well over 30, I'm sure. So we're going to have some wild and crazy action. As always, every event that we have seen so far for these Crown Vics on the big track have been very, very exciting. This one here, no doubt, will be the same. A lot of good competitive drivers, a lot of good competitive cars. So going to be really a good one here. We'll get that lineup for you here in just a moment. We clear the big track here. Get ready to bring the Crown Vics out on the track, get them all lined up. Big field of cars again, of course, for the Crown Vics. We'll see what happens there. A lot of good competition up front. The invert officially was a 5. We'll see how many cars actually make it out here. I know we have at least one scratch. The 43 Kevin Vaughn is a scratch. He was a scratch from the short track event, also a scratch from the big track. As you see the Crown Vics now rolling them out here. We'll get these guys lined up. Of course, we've seen some pretty fantastic races last year. At the end of the year, the Halloween race and, of course, the Firecracker race, two of the biggest races that they had. And they put on a whale of a show. And in the opener a few weeks ago, they also put on a great show. Lots and lots of action going on. Got a lot of guys out there kind of new to the big track. You got a lot of veterans out there. These guys just kind of keep on getting better and better. Keep making these Crown Vics a little faster. So the competition just keeps getting better. As we see up front there, they begin to assemble this lineup. You're going to see Ronnie Basham III in the 86 on the outside of the front row with that invert of a 5. Puts him up on the point. And you see the 18, Dylan Kalin there on the on the inside of Ronnie Basham. Dylan Kalin would be on the inside, row 1. Row 2 should be Chase Adams in the 34C. You see making his way up there to the lineup. He should be on the outside of row 2. Artie Beware in the 38 on the inside of row 2. Row 3, we should see the 59 of Carter Cook on the outside with Garrett Roby in the 619. Not sure if he is going to be able to make this lineup. I do see the 619 rolling through the pit, so yes, he indeed will make his way to the inside row 3. Row 4, on the inside, James McAsill in the 24 and Johnny Miller in the 31 on the outside, row 4. Row 5, on the inside, 28, Kyle Lefevre in the D4, Darren Reisinger. Row 6, scored as the 66, AJC. And scheduled to go on the outside was 29, Gage Dunn. We'll see if he makes the call. Row 7, on the inside, number 40, Jerry Payne. And on the outside, the old veteran back, number 16, Roger Vincent. Row 8, on the inside, 41, Tyler Payne. On the outside, 04, Joshua Kress. Row 9 in the 06, Todd Harrison. On the outside, scheduled to go, Austin Williams in the 15. Row 10 on the inside, Ray Ewing in the 07. Corbin Person in the 77 on the outside, row 10. Row 11 in the 77X, Joshua Spence. On the outside, 27X, Kenny Humphrey. Row 12, inside, 27, Josh Walker. On the outside, the 6, Mark Barrett. Row 13 on the inside, Katie St. Clair in the 181, Brian Whalen in the 94X. Row 14 in the 114, Kobe Shelton. On the outside, scheduled to go, number 8, Bradley Moore. Row 15, 79Z, Brian Ziegler. And on the outside, 7F, I believe that's Daniel Frick. Row 16 is a scratch. 43, Kevin Vaughn is a scratch. On the outside, scheduled to go is 76, Greg Green. And in the 17th and final row listed, Kevin Scott in the 730 and Brandon Bailey in the 35. So we'll see how many cars make it. Well over 30 cars, I'm sure. We'll take the green here for this 75-lap feature for the Mike's Muffler and Brakes Crown Vic Big Track Series. And while they are still assembling that lineup, let's go ahead and give away another Child's T-shirt prize from the Salem Speedway merchandise trailer. Got out those ticket stubs for those kids, the purple tickets. This kid's ticket number is 172008. Purple Child's ticket, 172008. Bring that up here to the tower. We'll give you a certificate to go down to the Salem Speedway merchandise trailer and pick up your free T-shirt. Once again, that Child's ticket on a purple ticket, 172008. 172008. That's the winning ticket for the Child's purple ticket stub. Good for a free T-shirt at the Salem Speedway merchandise trailer. Bring it up here to the tower. We'll give you your ticket to take down to the trailer. 172008.
Also, we want to thank some, of course, in Scott Cauldell's memory, we want to thank some bonus money being put up today for the racing event. MR Heating and Air, $100 bonus, leader at lap number 20 in his honor. And then, of course, we want to thank Baum's Racing Supply for putting up $100 as well. And race fans, we got a vehicle that needs to be moved as soon as possible. Once again, a vehicle that needs to be moved as soon as possible. Kentucky license plate 684WEH. 684WEH, Kentucky license plate. It is a Jeep. We need that moved immediately, please. We need that car moved immediately. 684WEH, a Jeffersonville County tag in Kentucky. Jeep needs to be moved immediately. Thank you. Race fans, these drivers have been signaled that you, the race fans, will be on your feet saluting these 33 drivers getting ready once again to take on the high banks here at Salem Speedway in this dual 75-lap main event. Stand up, wave what you got. Respect these 33 drivers here today in the Crown Vic 75-lap main event here at Salem Speedway, and wish these drivers Godspeed for the next 75 laps here tonight. Now, Hawk Herod Adams' one to go signal will come up this time by. Now, what you have to think, and we've talked about this many times, is that last time out the Crown Vics were 50 laps. Now you have 75 laps. You have an extra 25 laps to use strategy, save tires, do whatever you have to do.
Yes, that is the thought process. At least it should be. But once that green flag drops, who knows? These guys are going to be ready to race. Maybe they don't save it. Maybe we see some cars work a little bit too hard here at the beginning of the race, and they wear their tires down, and they don't last that 75 laps. We'll see what happens, but you got, after the invert of a 5, you got Ronnie Basham III up there on that front row. What do you think about that?
Well, he's going to try to kind of do what he did last time, and here we go. Down the back straightaway, race fans, 33 cars, Crown Vics get ready to roar to life. The Eddie Gilstrap Motors Pace vehicle picks up speed. That can only mean one thing, my favorite words, making the left-hand turn on PNC Pit Road. The Crown Vics begin to bunch up, entering turns number 3, and the Donnie Mingus restart zone roars to life. We are underway. Here we go down the front straightaway as we get ready and set to turn number 1. Ronnie Basham on the high side. Dylan Kalin on the bottom. They exit turns number 2. Down the back straightaway, Hawk Herod Adams.
Into turn 3 they go. Ronnie Basham now inching out and takes over the lead as Dylan Kalin will tuck in behind him in second. Chase Adams in third. 1, 2, 3 across the stripe.
Here we go. First lap is completed. It will be Ronnie Basham the third and the number 86. Dylan Kalin, Chase Adams, your top 3.
Looking on back here, you see Artie Ware there in the 38, 4th. Carter Cook, the winner of the last event, in 5th. That's your top 5 as they come out of turn 4 to complete lap number 2.
There you see Brandon Bailey's number 35 on the apron trying to stay out of the way right now. Everyone else in check right now. Ronnie Basham III still out front. Here comes Artie Ware. Now, Artie Ware of Chase Adams, we know the history they had last time out. Those two cars battling it out for that 3rd and 4th position. Brandon Bailey, once again, a lot of these guys challenging the high banks for the first time, just trying to stay out of the way, Hawk.
Yeah, hopefully they do stay out of the way. They'll also be coming up on Kevin Scott, another newcomer into 730. Got to watch out for that purple car there as your top 4 kind of pulled away from the rest of the field just a little bit.
All of these cars spread out. We're keeping an eye on the top 4 right now. Ronnie Basham III and the number 18, Dylan Kalin, and Chase Adams. Now, Chase Adams was your overall fastest qualifier. I checked that. It might have been somebody else, I believe. Garrett Roby was your overall fastest. But here we look at these top 4 here going through. But, man, what a race we're having with the top 4 here. I'm kind of looking all back throughout the field, Hawk Herod Adams, just trying to see what's going on, as a lot's going on right now around the track. But, man, great to see 33 kind of challenge the high banks. But right now it's a 4-car breakaway.
Yeah, we talked about some of these newcomers. Right now, Kevin Scott in the 730 in the way of Carter Cook in the 59 on the backstretch. That could be trouble. There goes Johnny Miller on the outside. They're 3 wide.
Kevin Scott in the middle, and he is slower up to the high side. And now that's going to allow Garrett Roby to move past James Micasell.
So some shuffling around back there in the middle of the pack there is yet Kevin Scott in a 730 hung up on the outside there. As the cars go down on the inside safely by. As you said, 75 laps. These guys need to be patient. So far, so good.
So far, so good, but you got slower traffic yet up ahead. You got Frick coming up. But then looking on back, if we separate the top four, looking on back from there, you got Artie Ware back here. He is your fourth-place car.
And you got Artie Ware now moving up in the third there ahead of Chase Adams, up in the third place there.
Good call there. Good eye, Hawk. Harold Adams is Brandon Bailey. I'll get it right here in a moment. He's going to come down PNC Pit Road. But big shuffle up. This is what lap cars and slower traffic can do here in the Crown Vics and the High Banks. And they're shuffling up. But here comes Artie Ware now all over the back bumper of Dylan Kalin.
Yeah, that 38 car of Artie Ware looks really strong early on. We was wondering if anybody was going to really push it. Right now, he looks like the stronger car, as he is really putting the pressure on that 18 of Dylan Kalin.
And I'm keeping an eye on Austin Williams back here in the number 15. He is trying to make his way back up in that number 15 machine. So Austin Williams trying to make something happen.
Your leaders go down the backstretch. Ronnie Basham, Dylan Kalin, Artie Ware. 1, 2, 3. As Chase Adams now is falling back just a little bit in fourth. And we go way, way back to fifth place, Johnny Miller in the 31.
Yeah, Johnny Miller the third as Kobe Shelton's on the apron entering turns number 3 right now. I don't know. He is going to stay out on the track. He's going to stay to the apron. But, man, Ronnie Basham the third still out front. Already 10 laps complete. Good consecutive runs here in the Crown Vics on the High Banks.
Yeah, some good green flag racing here so far. As we look on back, as I said, Johnny Miller way back there running fifth kind of by himself. We're going to go on back there. There's Carter Cook, the winner of our last event. He's back there leading the pack there of Garrett Roby behind him. James Micasell. Looks like Gage Dunn and probably Kyle Lefevre.
Kyle Lefevre back there as well. Everyone clean and green so far. Looking on back from there. Looking at the rundown here momentarily. But Ronnie Basham, man, he is blazing times right now out here as we look at it on the Salem Speedway pylon. Right now, Ronnie Basham, Dylan Kalin, Artie Ware, Chase Adams, Johnny Miller the third. And what do we got, Hawk?
Artie Ware into the back of the 18 a little bit, gets him a little sideways. He holds off. They hold on. But Artie Ware putting a lot of pressure on that second place car, 18.
Good call there. And looking on back, sixth place, Carter Cook, Garrett Roby, seventh, James Micasell, eighth, Gage Dunn, ninth, and Kyle Lefevre, your top 10. But now, are some people playing the save tire game? We'll find out. But now we got a hornet's nest of the leaders coming through.
Yeah, a lot of lap traffic right there. They had to get around safely, and safely it looks like they do on the outside. And now they got some clean air to run. Your top 3.
Tony Dunn slowing down to the apron. Looks like he's going to try to come to PNC Pit Road. Kevin Scott, he is all sideways exiting turns number 4 right now. And yes, Tony Dunn going to bring that number 23 down PNC Pit Road. But, wow, these 3 cars staying together, Hawk Harold Adams.
Yeah, they're looking really strong out there right now, just putting in the laps, 15 down. Still plenty of time to go, so these guys setting a really blistering pace.
Big developments as James Micasell going to bring that number 24 down PNC Pit Road. Don't exactly know what's going on with that. Usually a very fast car in that number 24 team.
Yeah, he was one of those we mentioned back there in the top 10 or so. Was having a good run, but there he is limping through pit road. Don't look like he's in too good a shape there. Something happened there with that 24.
Yes, indeed. And looking around, the leaders go down the back straightaway as Ronnie Basham, Dylan Kalin, and a big gaggle of cars exiting turns number 4 right here. And that is a hornet's nest if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, and your leaders are approaching that pack of cars, so we're going to see what happens there as they enter turns 1 and 2. Ronnie Basham sees a lot of lap cars in front of him.
Yeah, lap cars and some inexperience on the high banks, too. Do not mix that good here at Salem Speedway. And there is your leaders. Kevin Scott drifts up the track, and now Ronnie Basham has to go around him. And looks like Kevin doing a great job staying out of the way in that 730. They enter turns number 1 and 2 now. Still Ronnie Basham on top of the board.
Yeah, it's Ronnie Basham, Dylan Kalin, Artie Ware, and Chase Adams now trying to keep up with them back there in 4th. And you go way on back there. It's Johnny Miller in the 31 running 5th. He's way on back there. So these top 4 really pulling away.
Yes, indeed. And, of course, laps tick away. 19 laps on the board now collected. Now Ronnie Basham You got to think about tires. We've seen this all the time and all around. Tires is a game. Time we get to the halfway point here in a 75-lap event. Ronnie Basham III, Dylan Kalin, and Artie Ware right now top 3. Chase Adams running in 4th. He's running pretty good as well.
Yeah, he's hanging right there with your leaders. I'm sure everybody on back through the pack is kind of hoping for a caution, not for themselves, but just for the fact that they can get back up there in the pack. So if we stay green like that, some of these drivers, good cars and drivers, are in danger of going down a lap.
Yes, indeed. Down the back straightaway once again they go. Everyone knows to tell, top 4 cars. As trying to make their way around Salem Speedway, Frick almost, I believe Frick just lost a tire, just a tire down that is, in this number 7 machine. I don't have to look closely to that, but maybe a left rear, I don't know exactly, but he was loose. A little bit of smoke coming up, so we'll have to keep an eye on Frick's number 7 car.
Yeah, he's definitely way off the pace there on the inside. We stayed green, though, still. 22 laps being shown on the board. Your leader is going around turns 1 and 2. And there's Artie Ware again putting the pressure on the 18. He's on the inside of Dylan Kalin on the backstretch.
Yeah, here he comes. Artie Ware trying to go to the number 2 spot. He's all over the back bumper of the number 18 of Dylan Kalin. All over the back bumper, exiting turns number 4 right now. So Artie Ware trying to get past for that number 2 spot.
There he goes again. He's looking to the inside, but he stays on that bumper of Dylan Kalin, putting a lot of pressure on as you see your leaders again coming up on a lot of lap traffic.
Yes, indeed, almost to 25 laps. That will be just 50 laps to go here in the high banks as Ronnie Basham passes yet another stripe here. 24 laps up on the board. Next time by, we're going to have 50 to go. And keeping an eye on now, here comes Austin Williams to the inside of Carter Cook. We'll have to keep an eye on that as well. That is, I believe, for the number 6 position.
Meanwhile, your leader's coming out of turn 4 to complete lap number 25. 50 to go. Still staying green all the way so far.
Good pace here. We got a gaggle of cars. Brian Whalen all over in the front of Johnny Miller. And what a mess we have. Joshua Crest tags the wall. This is something we're going to have to watch here in this group heading off into turns number 1.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on that situation there on the SalemSpeedway.tv broadcast. A lot of cars right there together.
And here comes your leaders as Joshua Crest is off the pace right now. So Joshua Crest going to have to get to the inside. We got 3 wide all around the track here, and it's picking up.
Your leaders now coming out of turn 4. Ronnie Basham has put himself a little bit of cushion between him and Dylan Kalin there. Artie Ware also falling back a little bit, kind of settling in a little bit.
Yes, indeed. Ronnie Basham still all out front right now. Dylan Kalin now. It's going to allow him to run away. But you know what I'm seeing, Hawk here at Adams? Well, Kobe Shelton may be in the wall just a little bit. He's going to slow down. But these leaders are approaching a lot of fast, slower traffic.
Yeah, as I said earlier, if this stays green, there's going to be some good cars in danger and going down a lap. I know they don't want that, but these leaders are gaining ground on a lot of good cars.
Kobe Shelton's going to try to get that 114 down to the apron. James Micasell's number 24 going to come back to the track. He's going to come up into turns number 3 and 4. But, yes, you're right, Hawk. Here comes the leaders right now, and they have fast traffic. The top 3 cars at the pace they're going right now, they're going to run some of this fast, slower traffic. Yes, there is such a thing as fast, slower traffic because these cars are actually keeping pace, but the top 3 or top 4, I'll even throw Chase Adams in there. He is staying with the top 3.
Yeah, these guys, the top 4 actually have over a half lap lead over the 5th place car, Johnny Miller. That's how of a blistering pace they have, and they are entering a lot of that traffic right now.
Now, and the problem is a lot of these cars in front of your leaders do not, and the spotters are telling them. They do know. The spotters are in their ear. You do not want to go a lap down.
No, you don't want to go a lap down, but you also kind of want to make sure you don't disturb what the leaders are doing, respect what they're doing. But these guys are battling for their own position, so we'll see what happens here. 31 laps on the board.
This is getting ready to get very interesting here as they go down the back straightaway. Ronnie Basham has a lot of slower traffic in front of him, and here comes Dylan Kalin and Artie Ware as well.
Safely around this time, lap 32 on the board as they come up now on Ricky Puckett and Todd Harrison and a whole bunch of other cars. Look out. Let's see what happens here.
Oh, what a hornet's nest right now. Ronnie Basham has to go low. Dylan Kalen's going high. This is exactly what we're talking about. Dylan Kalen now going to try to use it to pick. Ronnie Basham slips up a little bit. Here comes Dylan Kalen.
And through all that, Ronnie Basham maintains the lead, and Dylan Kalen right behind him, and Artie Ware right there. 1, 2, and 3.
What a race here as they did a fantastic job getting through traffic there. Ronnie Basham still on point. Good job. Good driving by the number 86 team. But now Person's in front of your leaders.
Yeah, they're not out of the woods yet. Look out. He's got 2 cars right in front of him. He don't know where to go. He's right there in the bumper of Ricky Puckett. There's Artie Ware on the inside of Dylan Kalen. Down the backstretch they go. Basham now goes to the outside. Kalen and Ware, 1, 2, and 3 again.
Ronnie Basham survives another one there as Ronnie Basham still on top of the point. Dylan Kalen and Artie Ware. What a race, Hawk Harold Adams. 35 laps already on the board.
I tell you what, I thought for sure we was going to have our first caution right there, but I tell you what, those 3 drivers there did a phenomenal job of getting through that mix right there.
No doubt. Down the back straightaway, Chase Adams still trying to get, but this is the problem. Once those cars pass slower traffic, the one behind him has to pass them too, and Chase Adams getting a little bit caught up behind slower traffic.
Yeah, he's kind of having a little trouble right there. He's letting those top 3 get away from him a little bit, so he has to be patient back here. He's having a good run right now.
What a phenomenal run by all of these drivers right now. Consecutive laps, 36 laps consecutively. Make it 37. Caution-free so far. Ronnie Basham, Dylan Kalen, and number 38 of Artie Ware. Trying to figure out the running position from the rest of the field right now, and looked at AJC right now in that 66. He is 6th place right now on the field as everyone's spreading out, lapping other traffic, so that's the thing you kind of watch for. But right now, Ronnie Basham putting a little bit of distance between him and 2nd place Dylan Kalen, with Artie Ware still following. Chase Adams and now 5th place Aaron C.
And here we see on the backstretch, Artie Ware making a move again on the inside of Dylan Kalen, trying to get that 2nd place spot. He's got a good run.
Here comes Artie Ware. He's on the inside of Dylan Kalen, trying to take over the number 2 spot. Outside of turn number 4, it's a drag race. Still Dylan Kalen has the position.
Boy, Artie made a good run on the inside, had great position, but Dylan Kalen came back strong down the front stretch, and he still maintains that 2nd place spot.
But we talked about it. Now here's another round of slower, fast traffic, I call it, because it is some fast cars in slower traffic.
Yes, indeed. You see Carter Cook in there, winner of our last event. He's in that run. There's Garrett Roby, Darren Reisinger, Jerry Payne, Tyler Payne. And you see Ronnie Basham now. He's on the outside of Tyler Payne, trying to put him down a lap.
Here we go, more slower traffic. Can Ronnie Basham work through it just like he did a moment ago? We're going to find out. Exiting turns number 4, and he has some guys racing in the high groove right in front of him.
We got a whole mess of cars right there in front of him. We're going to see what happens if they can make it through once again. We see a couple cars get together on the backstretch. They hang on somehow.
You got to be careful. That's what you got to do. You've got cars racing in the high groove. Now you have Ronnie Basham, Dylan Kalen, Artie Ware running slower traffic in the high groove down in turns number 1 and 2.
Look out, Artie Ware in the back of Dylan Kalen, gets him sideways. He hangs on, but there goes the D-Force, Reisinger. He's turned around. That's going to bring out the first caution of this event with 43 laps shown on the board.
And that's just a product of leaders racing in slower traffic, and that is the product of it. They all knew those top 3 had to go at any given time, and Ronnie Basham definitely wanted to see this caution flag because now Ronnie Basham has clean air in front of him. And how about these racers? 43 consecutive green flag runs. Let's give these racers a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. To be that talented and do 43 laps on the high banks caution-free, that's pretty impressive, Hawk Harold Adams.
I tell you, we told you these guys are really good at what they do, and they're really showing their skills out here today. Those top 3, top 4, if you will, including Chase Adams. They worked their way through that traffic really well many times. Thought for sure we had a caution here or there, but they finally run out of luck right there, but they all held on somehow. Once they kind of checked up there, already kind of had to get in the back of the 18, Dylan Kalin. He hung on, but then the D4 back there, he had to check up. He got turned around.
And that's a racing deal, right?
Oh, yeah,
I
no
mean,
doubt.
we talk about this on the show each and every week. When you're up there and you're running the high banks and you have to go, if you're going around lap traffic or something, now you're not purposely wrecking them, but if they get in the way, you have to go. That second place, first place car is getting further away. You got to go, and that's just the product of racing. So, man, what a great race we're setting up here for the finish. I mean, wow. Over the halfway point, Ronnie Basham. Now, of course, we all know what happened to Ronnie Basham last time out. But Ronnie did say earlier he got the zip ties this time. He was joking with me about it. I always love kidding up with Ronnie. But Ronnie Basham knows how to run the big track here at Salem Speedway. And, he's going to be a threat no matter when he's racing out here. So this will be interesting to see. Obviously, we're predicting that Ronnie picks the high side on the choose rule here. But what about the competitors up front? Of course, you have Chase Adams out there. He's always been fast here in the high banks, picked up some wins in 2024. Now, don't forget, some of these drivers, we've seen them later in the year. Last year, they came on strong over the halfway point because they were doing some tire saving. It is a thing. So we'll have to see how the second part of this race goes.
Yes, indeed. That was some long green flag racing right there. So we'll see how these guys do after the restart. They catch their breath a little bit, see how their tires are feeling. And, they were talking about how they were lapping like almost the whole field, it seemed like. But you got Chase Adams now. It brings him right back up in the mix. And looking at the board, too, someone that did not get lapped, you have to figure he's in the mix now. The 66 of AJC. He's right up there, too. So we'll see how he is, see if he held back a little bit on his tires and see how he does on this restart. He may get up there and battle for the victory, too. So we'll see how it goes.
No doubt, and Aaron having a great run here, AJC in that number 66. Now, of course, that is a regular number 6 down at the Sportstrom Speedway, but number 66 here, a lot of these cars started down at Sportstrom Speedway, so, having the extra numbers here. But, man, what a race this is becoming. Now, don't forget, we still have a great American Stock event coming up next, 75 laps for the Diesel Boys Great American Stocks, the first time they've been at Salem Speedway in 2024. Their 75-lap main event comes up here at the conclusion to end this great day. We can't thank you great fans enough for being with us here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Mother Nature kind of dampering a lot of places on Friday, a lot of dirt tracks and whatnot, but luckily this Sunday afternoon, beautiful. Getting ready and set, making sure the lineup is correct before we go to the choose cone here, Hawk Harold Adams.
Yeah, just look at the My Race Pass. If things are correct, it looks as though there are 10 cars on the lead lap, if that is correct. That would be, of course, Ronnie Basham in the 86, Dylan Kalin in the 18, Artie Beware in the 38, Chase Adams in the 34C, and AJC in the 66. Then looking at 6 through 10, they have listed as 15 Austin Williams, the 31 Johnny Miller, the 591 as it is scored Carter Cook, the 16 Roger Vincent, and the 619 Garrett Roby. Those are being shown as the cars on the lead lap. 43 laps down, and we're going to look what happens here at the choose cone. This is going to be very interesting to see where everybody wants to go. Once Ronnie Basham, of course, picks that outside groove, I would assume Dylan Kalin will follow with him. And he is. Artie Ware going to follow with him. And Chase Adams going to the outside or inside. AJC coming with him.
That could have been a big call of the race there for those teams. Now Chase Adams going to challenge to the inside. That's going to move AJC up to the inside row number 2. Artie Ware now. Yes, he is third, but if you're looking at this right, it's basically fifth. And this is the thing of the choose cone rule. We could talk about this all day long. But now Ronnie has another contender up on the front row with him, and that is the 34 of Chase Adams.
Yeah, this caution flag has changed the whole perception of how this race looks now. It was basically a 3-car race, and now you look up there and you've got 7, 8 cars that could win this thing at this point. You got Chase Adams up there and AJC, and don't forget about Austin Williams in the 15. He's out there on the outside of that 4th row always a strong contender. So he's been kind of laying back. So Austin Williams now, really, you have to figure he is in the mix.
Well, Austin Williams always has ran here when he did the big tracks in that number 85 machine. You know, we know that Austin Williams is always a threat, and we've talked about it. Tire saving coming into play here. But here we go. We're getting ready to see how this goes. Now, will we get 43, or I know it's not 43 left, but will we get as many consecutive laps? I don't know. The adrenaline is picking up, and we're getting ready to see how this one is going to unfold. Well, here we go, and it's hard to believe we're saying this. This will be the first restart in the Crown Vics on the High Banks 75. The Eddie Gilstrap Motors Peace vehicle picks up pace. They will fire at the Donnie Mingus restart zone. Ronnie Basham III set to bring us to the restart. Out turn number 4. They bunch up first half of the field, and here we go. We are back underway.
Green flag is out, and into turn 1 they go. It's Ronnie Basham leading the way. Chase Adams down on the inside. We'll see what happens to him there. Artie Ware right there behind the 18 as always. He don't want Chase to get up there. No room for Chase to get up high. Here comes Austin Williams in the 15.
We called it. We talked about it. Austin Williams now breaks into the top 5. And Ronnie Basham still, but he has a rearview mirror full of the number 18 of Dylan Kalen right now. Dylan Kalen not letting him try to get too far up. Here comes Austin Williams. He is now in the 4th spot. So now Austin Williams behind Artie Ware.
Yeah, Austin Williams all of a sudden looking very strong. You see Chase Adams has shuffled back to 5th place now. And AJC right there 6th. And there's Carter Cook. Don't forget about him in the 591 as that is being scored as.
Well, they're all tough competitors on the high banks. They are the class of the field. They go down the back straightaway. Coming to 46 laps for Ronnie Basham III, Dylan Kalen, Artie Ware, Austin Williams, and Chase Adams, your top 5. 46 laps upon the board.
Single foul they go into turn 1 as they settle in for some green flag racing. Everybody looks good so far, so we still got a little ways to go. We'll see what everybody wants to do. They're going to play it conservative for a little while, or they're going to try to make some moves.
Looking on back from there, AJC right in front of Carter Cook's number 59 machine. Down the front straightaway they go. I'm keeping an eye all the way around the track here as the back of the field just trying to stay and get consecutive laps. But right now, still Ronnie Basham being the class of the field here this afternoon.
Yeah, he's setting a good pace here, but of course he's bringing right along with him, as we seen earlier, Dylan Kalen and Artie B. Ware. Those 3 trying to pull away once again.
Ziegler there doing a great job, and Scott staying out of the way, knowing they don't have a car to compete. They stayed lower to the apron as respect to the other drivers. But everyone else, you got to watch the Gambler Garage cars too, and that includes John Lister, Tyler Payne, Garrett Roby. Those cars back there usually come on, and problems for Chase Adams, number 34 machine. He's going to come down PNC pit road.
Tough break there for Chase Adams. Something happened there. He had a fantastic run. Of course, he had some bad luck, got caught up in that wreck in the first race. Had a good run here, but he is out of the event now as we see Artie Ware again getting on that bumper of the 18.
Yeah, Artie Ware now all over the bumper of the number 18 of Dylan Kalen. They go down to the start-finish line. Artie Ware trying to get past that number 18 for the number 2 spot. 25 laps to go.
Yes, 50 laps shown on the board. Top 3 trying to pull away. There's Austin Williams now failing or going him back a little bit to the 4th spot. Losing pace with that top 3. Those 3 have been just setting a blistering pace all race long.
Close call there coming out of turn number 4. A couple of teammates almost getting together. Didn't know where they were on the track. Hopefully their spotters up on the spotter stand were helping them out there and did a phenomenal job. But now first to second, second to third. About the same distance. Artie Ware losing a little bit of ground in here. We could see the tires start to go away and fade on these Crown Vics.
It is very possible right now. We were past the 52 lap mark, and it looks like Artie Ware off the pace there.
Artie Ware off the pace in that number 38 car. He'll come down PNC pit road. Holy cow, and that's going to end his day of trying to win this event.
So a couple of your strong runners early on, Chase Adams, now Artie Ware, both pit side.
So now here we go. Dylan Kalin now reeling in the number 86 of Ronnie Basham III all over the back bumper. What a run Dylan Kalin's having this afternoon. Carter Cook now to the inside of Aaron Seif for that position. He closes the door.
Couple good battles there going on around the racetrack. But, yeah, Dylan Kalin now does not have to worry about Artie Ware in his rearview mirror now. He just has him and the 86 right there in front of him. So we'll see if that changes his strategy of how he wants to try to get around Ronnie Basham.
Dylan Kalin now all over the back bumper of Ronnie Basham III down the start-finish line. 55 laps, 20 to go now. The final 20, and Dylan Kalin trying to turn up the boosters right now on the number 86 of Ronnie Basham. But you have to go all the way back, almost a full straightaway to find the third-place car. Austin Williams doing a great job.
Yes, Austin Williams got AJC right there and Carter Cook. Those three are right together. Meanwhile, up front again, Dylan Kalin putting a lot of pressure on your leader, Ronnie Basham, as they go down the backstretch.
Pretty incredible to see Dylan Kalin stay up with the number 86 of Ronnie Basham III right now. As Austin Williams loves seeing this because this is going to help them try to almost reel it in. But time running short on the big track here this afternoon. As now those two cars enter turns 1 and 2.
Yes, the laps are ticking away. 57 laps on the board out of this 75 lapper. Your leaders into turn 3 and 4. Dylan Kalin trying to find a way around Ronnie Basham's 86 machine.
Here we go, and you can see it there on SalemSpeedway.tv. The battle shaping up for the number 3 spot as Austin Williams, number 15, tries to hold off AJC's number 66 and Carter Cook's number 59. What a battle there. That is the battle for the 3rd spot on your screen right now. If you're watching at home, right here at the track, it is a battle for 1st and a battle for 3rd as we look at it down the front straightaway. Good battles all the way around here, Hawk.
Yes, good battle for 1st and 2nd, a good battle between those guys 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Those guys back here, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, they're running by themselves, so they can do whatever they want right now. Austin Williams trying to hold them off.
This time by, going to have 15 more laps around the over half-mile track here at Salem, Indiana. Here we go. How about it? Carter Cook jumps to the inside. He's going to try to go to the inside of AJC. He backs off. Now AJC try to go to the inside. Austin Williams still has that position.
Dylan Kalin now putting a lot of pressure again on your leader, kind of looking to the inside but holding off as we see 61 laps on the board.
61 laps, that means 14 laps to go. Ronnie Basham trying to hold off Dylan Kalin's number 18 car entering turns 3 and 4.
That battle heats up again for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Carter Cook all over the bumper of AJC in the 6th. That continues, and we look up front. Dylan Kalin continues to look down to the inside but can't get a good run on your leader, Ronnie Basham.
Ronnie Basham still out front. Dylan Kalin trying to figure out different lines to run. Not many options here at Salem Speedway. Stay out front right now with 63 laps on the board. 2 laps shy of just 10 laps to go. Doing a phenomenal job, every Crown Vic driver around the track here. But Dylan Kalin, Ronnie Basham, good battle all the way through.
These two battles here going on strong. Hard to keep up with everything. A big battle for up front, a big battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. As your leaders now coming up on some lap traffic in turns 1 and 2 as they split the traffic right there safely. Down the backstretch they go.
Dylan Kalin trying to reel in Ronnie Basham, but then we look at the big battle for the 3rd spot. As here comes Dylan Kalin. He jumps out to the inside. Ronnie Basham caught behind Brian Whalen. Watch out there, that's for sure. Those drivers doing a phenomenal job as Dylan Kalin trying to reel in the back bumper as Brian Whalen got in the way just a tad there.
Yeah, it looked like the 18 almost tried to use that to his advantage. Kind of seen that coming. But Ronnie Basham able to hold him off. Dylan Kalin again down on the inside out of 4.
Trying to reel him in. He has a good run down exiting turns number 4. They head on over to turns number 3 and 4. 1 and 2 now. Outside turn number 4. Wow, what a battle. He knows he has to go if he's going to go. Less than 10 laps to go.
Dylan Kalin really putting the heat on there And we see that battle heating up again for third, fourth, and fifth on the backstretch. We got a couple of battles everywhere. Ronnie Basham holding off Dylan Kalen, going into 1 and 2.
Well, you got that battle, then you got the one you can see right there shaping up as well, the third place battle. Now we're back here to the first place battle. You can see it right there on SalemSpeedway.com here in the stands. Ronnie Basham almost just a bumper ahead of Dylan Kalen. Dylan Kalen jumps out to the inside once again, cannot make it work.
In that battle for third, fourth, and fifth, Carter Cook has actually gone up into fourth place now. He's in behind trying to work on the outside of Austin Williams as they come up on some lap traffic.
Trying to watch two different battles on the track simultaneously. There you got Ronnie Basham. Here comes Dylan Kalen trying to get a run outside turn 4 once again down at the stripe. Whoa, this is a good one, Hawk.
6-lap dash at this point. Dylan Kalen trying to hang on that inside. Look out, he's got the 27 right there. And he had to hold off just a little bit, and he tucks in back behind the 86.
What a battle. Carter Cook has that third spot from Austin Williams. Good run by the number 59 crew. Right now, 5 laps to go. 5 more times around Salem Speedway.
Carter Cook really making his way up through there. I imagine he is hoping for a caution so he can get up there with the 86 and 18. As they continue the battle, they go around the outside of lap traffic.
Well, here we go. 4 laps to go. Time running out for all of these drivers to make haste right now as Ronnie Basham. 4 laps to go. Dylan Kalen right behind him. And then right behind those two, Carter Cook still in that third spot.
And there goes Dylan Kalen on the inside. They're side by side down the backstretch into turn 3. Dylan Kalen got a good run that time. Going around turns 3 and 4. They're side by side out of 4.
Side by side at the stripe, still Ronnie Basham by a bumper. Holy cow, what a battle here.
And they are also coming up on a lot of lap traffic here. They're coming up on some lap traffic as well. They're side by side into turn 3.
What a battle. Ronnie Basham on the high side. Dylan Kalen trying to hold on to it. They exit turns number 4. Once again, it's still Ronnie Basham with 2 laps to go.
Ronnie Basham trying to hold off a fierce battle here from the 18. Dylan Kalen as they come up on some lap traffic. Dylan Kalen going to have to tuck in behind 86 on that high side. He's going to try to look for an opportunity. He's going to see the white flag, however, waving this time around. 1 lap to go. Dylan Kalen now, what's he going to do? He gets into the 86 a little bit, goes to the inside. Ronnie Basham now, he'll got down to the inside. Basham's on the inside, Kalen on the outside. Side by side into 3. Around for the final turn. Kalen up on the outside. Ronnie Basham on the inside. Your winner, Ronnie Basham in the 86. Dylan Kalen second. Coming around for that big battle for third ends up being Carter Cook. Austin Williams 4th and AJC 5th. Top 5 right there. But wow, once again, the Crown Vics do not disappoint. It was hard to keep up with the action. The top 2 and then the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place competitors really putting on a heck of a show there. You figured something crazy was going to happen there. Them guys hung on there. There's a little bit of contact here and there to run into some lap traffic. But at the end, it was Ronnie Basham holding them off. As they'll come up here, and Will Greenwell's making his way down there. I tell you what, the top 3's right there. How about a hand for those guys there right there? Wow, what a run these guys showed.
I'll tell you, Hawk Herod Adams, one of the best races of the year. Race fans, he's out of the car once he puts it in park. And there he is, Ronnie Basham III, again in victory lane here today. One of the best races of 2024 in a while. And there's the zip ties all thrown out. As we'll get Ronnie, Dylan Kalen. What a phenomenal race between those two. And we'll get Ronnie over here. Dylan's going to come give him a congratulations. And, Ronnie, man, talked about this. You know, we all know happened last time. But, man, Retribution, this has got to be, and I'm just saying this, one of the best races ever in a Crown Vic. 75-lap, one caution flag. Brandon Taylor, your spotter, comes down to give you congratulations. Man, describe that race. That was fun to watch.
Wow. Oh, if you didn't like that, I don't know what to tell you. It don't get any better than that right there. That's two hard racers racing their tails off, putting on a daggone show for you guys and the fans. Next time, bring another family member, another friend. Come watch another good show here.
Well, Ronnie, a lot to talk about. I'll try to keep it brief. You and Dylan battling there. He finally gets under you. Oh, my gosh. Last lap, passes you. You get him back on the high side. What a great race. Like you said, two hard competitors just racing clean there. I know you got a lot of people you want to thank. You had Retribution from last time out, man. Congratulations. Who would you like to thank on this 86 team?
I'd like to first thank Jeff Roberts. I wish he was here. Hope he's back home watching it. He didn't want to come. We got enough money to go racing in Ohio now, baby. I'd like to thank Derby City Recycling, Steve Roby, On-Site Plumbing, Heating, Bubba JD Bubba, Sam Murphy Race Engines, Nick's Powder Keg. I could go on. C&T Services, Cameron Conner at home. Man, that was fun. That was one of the most funnest races I've probably been in.
Well, this is one for the books. I can't wait to go watch it back. Fans, Ronnie Basham III parks it in Red Bond Recycling Victory Lane. Dylan Kalen, we'll get him over here. Dylan, right quick, if someone could grab Dylan. We'll scoot over here out of the way. Scoot over here out of the way for pictures, Dylan, man. Oh, I was telling Ronnie that was one fun race to call, buddy. You finally got around him. Looked to be about the second part of that race. Once we had that one caution flag come out at lap 43, you came back. You knew you had to go at that point. We had a lot of slower traffic. What a race that was.
Yeah, it was an exciting race, and me and Ronnie talked before the race. I said, man, if you get out front, I'm going to wait a while before I try, and he said the same if I were to get out the front on the first start there, and, man, I wanted it bad. I didn't want to wreck him, and I knew I might have to beat him because he's pretty good, and we got door to door. I doored him down there. He doored me back down here. That's just racing. You know, everything's fair, so it was a good day at the racetrack.
Well, who would you like to thank on that beautiful number 18 ride?
Well, I got to thank my dad, first off. He does all the work, crazy schedule of work. Got to do most himself, so shout out to him for that. We got Elevated Fabrication, SS Fabrication, Levers Curbing, and parents on both sides. They help tremendously.
There he is, Dylan Kalen.
And I got to thank my wife. She puts up a lot between the way I work and the way I race with her. And
well, there he is, Dylan Kalen. We'll get Carter Cook down here real quick before we finish our interview for the Great American Stock 75. And Carter Cook, I told him up there in the booth, Carter, we were watching two different battles. We were keeping up with Ronnie and Dylan. We kept up with the battle for third place. You, AJC, and Austin Williams. Tough break there, all of them. I mean, you couldn't reel in the top two, but, man, you won that position for third. Great race here today at Salem Speedway.
Yeah, it was a fun one. We was a little too patient and a little too nice. We should have used the wool. We should have just went a little sooner and not get stuck behind certain guys, but, you know, it is what it is. We'll be back next race.
Well, who would you like to thank on that 59?
I thank my spotter for keeping me clean, my grandpa, dad, Jerry Robertson, my brother, Jeremy Porter for all the work they're doing on the car tonight. Sponsors, my Kentucky Classic Pool, Ferris Plumbing, Wright Mechanical, A1 Transmission. I know Perry's up there somewhere. But, yeah, it was a fun one. We'll be next time.
Well, race fans, let's give all three of these competitors a round of applause and podium for Red Bond Recycling Victory Lane. And I'll be back up here shortly with the lineup for the Great American Stock 75. For now, Hawk, back up to you.
All right, thank you, Will Greenwell, as we try to catch our breath after that exciting 75-lapper. As we said, the Crown Vics put on a show every time they're on the big track, and they did not disappoint again today. As Ronnie said, it was probably the best one. But what an incredible show these Crown Vics have been putting on the big track here each and every time out. I tell you, those guys up front, they really put on a blistering pace, though. But it was kind of hard to keep up with all the action, but somehow, some way we did. We got out of it pretty good. No really big destruction wrecks or anything like that. Lots of good racing. A little bumper tapping, a little scraping here and there of the wall, but everybody came out of it pretty good. So a good run by all these great drivers, showing you what these cars and drivers can do out here each and every time they're out here at Salem Speedway. So we'll be looking forward to their next event again each and every time they're out here at the track. Going to be hard to top that one, but I'm sure they will give it a good whirl each time they're out there. So as Will said, their last event of the afternoon is the Schaefer's Oil 75 from the Diesel Boys Gas Series cars. 75 lapper for them on this Derby Hangover Dual 75. We get ready for our last event here. Will be making his way up here for the starting lineup. Of course, we had a few casualties in this early on if you missed it. The first practice of the day for the gas cars, we had a big pileup over in turns 3 and 4. Taking out the 00 of Marcus Elliott and the 16 of Heath Helton. 16 of Heath Helton, if you didn't get to see it before they took it out of here, that thing was a real mess. So they've got a lot of work to do, but I'm sure they're going to fix it up and have it out here for the next event. But definitely a scratch for this one. And a tough break for him and Marcus Elliott. The 4, Mike Sharp, was also involved in that. Not sure if he's going to make it out there or not. He's going to try to get a few laps. So we're still going to have about 17 or 18 cars make the bell here. So we'll get everybody lined up here. Get Will Greenwell up here to catch his breath a little bit after that exciting Crown Vic event. Get another drink of the Diet Coke there, and we'll be ready to go. We got one more event to go. The Schaefer's Oil 75 from the Diesel Boys Gas Series cars.
Thank you very much, Honk, Harold Adams, and wow, what a race that was. Congratulations again to those top 3 competitors, and that's what it's about. Hitting each other in the door and laughing about it, saying that's racing. That's what we need more of, so very great to see those 3 competitors. But now it's time for the last business of the day, and that is the Schaefer's Oil 75 for the Diesel Boys Great American Stock Cars. 18 cars. Of course, you talked about the destruction that we had a little bit earlier on in practice. Rolling off 18th, scheduled to be the Powell Racing Chevrolet from Greenville, Indiana, David Powell's number 17. Rolling off 17th is going to be the Louisville, Kentucky Sheridan Mechanical KES Electric Property Scope Chevrolet of the 06 of John McLaren. Rolling off 16th will be the Adrenaline Graphics MR Heating and Air and Infamous Weapons Chevrolet of Brandenburg, Kentucky's Paul Hartledge in the 181. Rolling off 15th, scheduled to be the Solar Control Window Tinting St. Anthony's Tire and Auto, Seafring Excavating and Lawn Care Chevrolet from St. Anthony, Indiana, the 23 of Trent Bear. Rolling off 14th, scheduled to be the Sheridan Mechanical KES Electrical Property Scope Chevrolet from Shepherdsville, Kentucky, the number 31 of Wayne Edwards. Rolling off 13th here today, it's going to be the Knight School of Welding, Good Vibes Garage, SS Fab, Van Air, Hadley Sign Solutions, number 75. Also from Shepherdsville, Kentucky, it will be Jamie Goodman. Rolling off 12th on the grid, it's going to be the Diesel Boys Wilkerson Enterprises SS Fabrication Chevrolet from Knob, Indiana. It will be Kevin Wilkerson's number 61. Rolling off 11th, it's going to be the LRC Roofing and Remodeling AGL Properties Stewart Automotive Elevated Barber Company Chevrolet from Palmyra, Indiana. It will be the Flying Turtle, the number 77 of Justin Pirtle. Rolling off 10th, it's going to be the Badger Infrastructure Solutions, Kingsborough Concrete, McCoy Equipment and Forestry Chevrolet from Mount Washington, Kentucky. It'll be the 48 of Craig Luther. Rolling off 9th in the MR Heating and Air Bombs Racing Supply Chevrolet from Shepherdsville, Kentucky, the number 74 of Austin Baum. Rolling off 8th in the Lefevre's Curbing Advantage Painting Beacon Credit Union Slabjack Diesel Boy Chevrolet from Louisville, Kentucky, it will be the number 38 of Alex Ware. Rolling off 7th, it will be the Kelly Trucking D&J Auto Parts Steve Tong Home Improvement Chevrolet from Owensboro, Kentucky. It'll be the 25 of Tyler Nicely. Rolling off 6th, it'll be the Payne Management Consulting's LLC Stith Motorsports Chevrolet from Louisville, Kentucky. It will be the number 94 of Jeff Stith. Rolling off, here's your top 5. 5th, Shane Wilson Lawn Care, MR Heating and Air Locker Room Pub, Gilliant Construction Chevrolet from Borden, Indiana. It'll be the 32 of David Baines. Rolling off 4th, he was your overall fastest qualifier as a 4 was the invert. The Red Balm Recycling Green Tree Real Estate TNC Construction Chevrolet from Jeffersonville, Indiana. It will be the number 19 of Connor Popplewell. Rolling off 3rd, it will be the All-Star Truck Repair Derby City Recycling Chevrolet from Louisville, Kentucky to be Chuck Barnes Jr. Rolling off 2nd, it will be the Gilbert and Mitchell Halls Brothers Truck Leasing Barnes Auto Service Chevrolet from Louisville, Kentucky to be Chuck Barnes Sr. And starting on the pole, it will be the Brad's Brass Flamingos, Shot Electric, Hammerdale Hauling, and Newcomb Farm Chevrolet from Birdseye, Indiana, the Birdseye Bullet, Brian Bear. These are your 18 competitors getting ready and set for 75 laps for their main event. So making sure the lineup is correct, safety is in place before we get ready and set to go as the safety finish a little bit on the back straightaway down at the apron. First time out in 2024 for the Great American Stock Cars here at Salem Speedway. Of course, in Scott Caudell's memory, we want to thank MR Heating and Air for putting up a $100 bonus to the leader at lap 20. And Bombs Racing Supply for donating a $100 bill to the, which we don't have 20 cars. We'll have to see what they do with that, but putting up some bonus money as well in honor of Scott Caudell. So race fans, next time by, these drivers have been signaled. You will be on your feet, and you will see the pole position become open in memory of Scott Caudell, the number 20 team, who lost his life in battle to cancer. Of course, we loved seeing Scott Caudill. He was one of the friendliest guys you will meet on pit road each and every race day. You're going to see that pole position begin to be open as Brian Bear pulls back. Race fans, on your feet. In memory of Scott Caudill, this is what he would have wanted. The Great American Stocks roar to life in 2024 here at Salem Speedway. Now wish these drivers Godspeed for the next 75 laps of competition for the world's fastest and baddest street stocks. Garrett Adams, one to go. We'll give our final thoughts here. Of course, we saw a lot of destruction earlier on in the opening practice here this afternoon. Tough break for Heath Helton, Mike Sharp, and Marcus Elliott. Not going to make the call, but Mike Sharp actually is going to start in that number 4 car on the back tail end. So what do you expect in this 75 lap?
Well, as you said, this is their opener for the 2024 season, so everybody wants to get off to a good start. As we talked about earlier, first practice kind of rough on some people, so maybe they kind of got the destruction part out of the way. We'll see if that's the case. If not, these guys, they're ready to get started and get out to a good start for this 2024 season.
Here we go. We don't have to wait any longer because the 2024 season is now as the Getty Gilstrap Motors Pace vehicle picks up speed. This is what we've been waiting on all afternoon long. Brian Bear and Chuck Barnes Sr. on the front row to the Donnie Mingus restart zone. Here we go, and we are finally underway.
And it's the 99, Brian Bear shooting out to the lead right away. Chuck Barnes Sr. having to go back to second.
Here we go, Brian Bear, good start. Here comes your fastest qualifier. Don't forget about Connor Popplewell's number 19 team. They exit turns number 4 right now down the front straightaway. Lap number 1, Brian Bear.
As they'll settle into a single foul start here after lap 1, Brian Bear, your leader, Barnes Sr. second. Barnes Jr. is third. There's Connor Popplewell and David Baines, top 5.
Top 5 now move over to turns number 4 right now. On the bottom, Tyler Nicely's 25 machine. Not having the start that young man had hoped for here today, but right now Brian Bear pulling away a little bit from Chuck Barnes Sr., Chuck Barnes Jr., Connor Popplewell, and David Baines, your top 5.
Yeah, 75 laps, got plenty of time to want to settle in, but I tell you what, the 99, Brian Bear, really looking strong, just shooting out there.
He is, and Mike Sharp, he started this race. He's going to go on and pull that number 4, limping it down PNC Pit Road, so tough break for Mike Sharp. Down the back straightaway once again, like you talked about, Brian Bear, no stranger to victory lane here at Salem Speedway.
He's definitely sending a message to these guys that I've got the car here today. I'm running off with this thing, so there he goes, but plenty of time.
Now David Powell's going to take that number 17 down PNC Pit Road as well as everyone else exits turns number 2 right now down the back straightaway. So start it with 19. We're down to 17 cars remain. Looking on back from the top 5 right now, Jess Stith holding off Alex Swears, number 38, Craig Luther back there with Austin Baum, Justin Pirtle, Tyler Nicely, Kevin Wilkerson, and Jamie Goodman back there as well.
Brian Bear coming around to complete lap number 6, continuing to extend that lead out over Chuck Barnes Sr. He's got about a 2.5 second lead. 3.1 now as he continues to stretch it out there. 99 really flexing the muscle early.
Yeah, 3.1 second advantage from first and second. Pretty incredible, the lap times, the bird's eye bullet putting on them here this afternoon early on. 7 laps already complete.
Chuck Barnes Sr. now has a pretty good hold on second right now over Chuck Barnes Jr. as they kind of settle in, and they're just going to let Brian Bear run off with it. They know there's probably going to be a caution somewhere along the line, but they got to be thinking, wow, look at that 99 go out there.
Well, that's the big story right now, Hawk Harold Adams, because the time of leading right now is 3.898, almost 4 seconds, and this time could be over 4 seconds for the number 99 as David Powell makes his way back out in the number 17.
Yeah, David Powell, we seen him have some trouble early in practice, actually got into the wall over there, so they've kind of pieced that thing together, so he's just trying to get some laps right now.
4.2 second advantage now as David Powell going to go another lap down. But right now the race is for the number 2 spot. Chuck Barnes Sr., Chuck Barnes Jr., Connor Popplewell, and the 32 of David Baines are top 5. Still nothing changed back there. Everyone knows the tell.
Yeah, kind of like that last race we've seen with the Crown Vics where the top 3 run off from everybody. In this case right now it's just Brian Bear out there by himself right now.
No doubt, looking on back from there, everyone else kind of saving their tires. But a little bit of smoke now from Tyler Nicely's number 25 machine. Maybe a tire rub or something mechanical. I believe it may be a tire rub on that 25. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
And now we see Chuck Barnes Jr. in the 44 down on the inside of Barnes Sr. for that second place.
Yeah, and there you see more smoke from the number 25, maybe a right rear tire rub on that 25 as Justin Pirtle gets a little bit loose coming out of turn number 4 right now. Already 12 laps complete.
Brian Bear, of course, way out there. And Chuck Barnes Jr. now moved into second. We'll see if he gains any ground on Bear, if he just lets it just go ahead and be comfortable and wait for that caution.
Chuck Barnes Jr., he knows how to save those tires. That's something to look at. But tough competitors there anytime your name is Barnes in this sport. Here comes Connor Popplewell. He switched to the inside, trying to get a run to the left rear quarter panel of Chuck Barnes Sr. down into turns number 3. No avail. It's still Chuck Barnes Jr. in that second spot.
14 laps now being shown on the board. And Brian Bear continues to lead now. He's kind of settled in a little bit, not pulling away like he was before. And now you see Connor Popplewell on the inside of Barnes Sr. Connor Popplewell trying to get that third place, cannot quite make it happen. And now there's David Baines on the outside, moving up to 4th.
Connor Popplewell says, hey, nothing's happening in front of me, so I'm going to jump to the inside. As we saw the result, it did not work. David Baines took over the number 4 spot, so now that is the position that's changed. Now still, we're keeping an eye on Tyler Nicely's 25 back there. Still smoke on the right rear.
16 laps being shown on the board. There goes David Baines down on the inside of Chuck Barnes Sr. trying to make a move on that 5 car. A little bit of contact with the 5 and the 32 in turn 4. They hang on as they side by side across the stripe.
Yes, sir, indeed. But Chuck Barnes Sr. is going to pull it. David Powell down there in the number 17, a lap car, as they go past him down the back straightaway. Everyone trying to chase in Brian Bear. Now, I will say this. It was a 4.28 second advantage. Now it's a 3.4 second advantage. So, yes, Chuck Barnes Jr. is reeling in the 99 of Brian Bear.
And you have to wonder, maybe the spotter of the 99 said, let's hold it up a little bit, save some tires a little bit. We don't need to go that fast this early. So maybe they're just trying to keep a regular pace, if you will.
Brian Bear right now exiting turns number 2 yet again in yellow flag. Going to fly this time by.
There was a piece of debris that's still going on in turn 2 over there. It looks like an exhaust or some kind of piping.
You got it. And Dirt 2 Media kind of showed that it may be some kind of exhaust or pipe or something off one of these race cars. Maybe could it be from the 25 machine? He has a little bit of smoke still coming from that 25 machine. And there's Tyler Nicely coming down, and looks like any damage we can see But you could see right side, it was always smoking around turns 3 and 4 and a little bit of turn 1 and 2. So don't know exactly what car that came off of. But how about this? It resets as Chuck Barnes Jr. was reeling in Brian Baer's number 99 from the seconds. I mean, at one point, Brian Baer had a 4.248 second advantage. That's pretty impressive here to Chuck Barnes Sr.
Yeah, he definitely was showing his power there early on, but you knew a caution was coming at some point. So here it is right there as we've seen some kind of debris flying around over on the track. One of the cars kind of rubbed up against it there, almost lost control running over it, but held on to it. So now this is going to, as you say, squeeze the field up. So much for that big lead for the 99 car. So we'll see now what these guys want to do once they get the lineup adjusted here, what they want to do on this choose cone. You see the track officials now checking out the 25 Tyler Nicely to see what's going on there, see if they can figure out exactly where that smoke is coming from and if he is needed to go to the pit area or not. Definitely was something that was noticeable. It looked like he was awful loose, too, as well. So he pulls away now. We'll see what happens with the 25 machine, if he stays out or not. But everybody else getting in line here. We'll be doing the choose cone here lap or two. So the 25 of Tyler Nicely is going to have to go to the pit area to check out something on that machine. So there he goes into the pit road now. So check that out. Also, you see the 75. Jamie Goodman headed into his pit area as well. And on that Tyler Nicely machine, you see there on the SalemSpeedway.tv, they're taking the hood off there, checking things out to see what's going on, see if they can rectify the situation. Looking at the 25.
So yes, indeed, down there on PNC Pit Road was looking at the lineups here and the times they were running. And tough break for the 25. They're looking underneath the hood there, you can see. But I don't know if it was coming from under the hood, but it looked to me like it was the right side of the rear. So we'll have to see there. You can see Tyler Nicely kind of going to work and seeing what they could see underneath the hood there. And looks like, you know, it's never a good thing when the crew's not in a hurry when they look underneath of a hood of a race car. So tough break. Now, this time, Hawk Harold Adams coming to 1 to go and choose this time by.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who goes to the high side, who goes to the low side on this restart. 19 laps down out of this 75 lapper. Plenty of time. So it'll be interesting to see on this restart if Brian Baer, if he jumps out to the lead, if he jumps out and stretches that lead out like he was before, or if he kind of settles in with the normal pace, if you will, as the other cars were, as they were battling for second on back, as the 99 just kind of took off there for a while. So we'll see what happens now. Brian Baer going to the outside. Looks like Chuck Barnes Jr. going to join him there on the inside. David Baines going to the inside. Chuck Barnes Sr. on the outside on that row 2. Connor Popwell will be on the outside of row 3. Jeff Stith will be on the inside. Looking on back there, you got Alex Ware in the 38 on the outside and Austin Baum on the inside and at 74. There's your first 4 rows. So it's Brian Baer and Chuck Barnes Jr. on that front row.
Yeah, this will be an interesting restart. Here we go to the Donnie Mingus restart zone. It will be Brian Baer, your leader, but now here comes Chuck Barnes Jr. He's going to try the bottom side. Here we go for the restart. 19 laps upon the board.
And into turns 1 and 2, there goes Brian Baer shooting out to the lead again. looking very strong on these restarts. Chuck Barnes Jr. second as they battle on back there. A little bit of contact. And they hang on. Barnes Sr. almost up into the wall in that 5 in turn 4.
They know it's going to be tough to pass. Everyone trying to be aggressive on these restarts. You can see it. Everyone battling right now for the number 2 spot as Brian Baer once again pulls away in that number 99 machine. 21 laps next time by, the 75 laps scheduled.
As they come across the stripe, there's the 99, Brian Baer again pulling away. Really looking strong on these restarts. Chuck Barnes Jr. second. David Baines right there putting some pressure on. Almost a little contact. Baines had to get out of it a little bit. Now he catches him back up again.
Pretty impressive indeed. Now Alex Ware tips out to the inside of Chuck Barnes Sr. Alex Ware right now. Oh, Alex Ware gets sideways. He goes around, pushes it too hard. And everyone piles up in turns 1 and 2. Alex Ware just pushed it too hard into turns 1 and 2, and everyone else had nowhere to go. And you saw Trent Baer get involved. Wayne Edwards, number 31. Justin Pirtles, number 77. Just pushed it in there, almost saved it, but went around and just collected a lot of other guys to stack up.
You see everybody pulling away from that, but they don't look so great. Wayne Edwards really looking rough, but he's moving, but he's got a lot of damage to that 31 machine.
Wow, tough break for a lot of people. It's, of course, just kind of looked like Alex Ware got really loose. And there's the replay on SalemSpeedway.tv. And that's what it was. He just pushed it in there too hard. And tough break. And Connor Popplewell gets by, and just Alex Ware just pushed it too hard in turn 1, and that's what happened. Everyone else had nowhere to go here at Salem Speedway's High Banks.
It almost looked like Alex kind of was going into that turn and actually was touching the car there in front of him, kind of made a little maneuver to the inside to get off of him, and he kind of lost control of the car at that point, really upset the car, and then at that point he could not hold it.
Yeah, no doubt, but looks like he has minimum damage on that number 38, and there you see Justin Pirtle. Looks like the left side down. They're going to jack that car up for the LCR or LRC roofing machine. And so they're going to jack that number 77 up. And you can see the heavy damage on Wayne Edwards, number 31, down on PNC Pit Road. So tough break for the 31 team. He's been fighting bugs all day long on that street stock car. And his day going to come to an end down there on PNC Pit Road. And you can see it there. Good zoomed-in shot on SalemSpeedway.tv. So tough break for a lot of these drivers, Hawk Harold Adams, as it continues.
Yeah, you see a few cars there on the pit road there working on it that was involved in that. See Trent Baer, I think, in the 23 down there. They're working on that car. He was involved in that as well.
And what you got to look at, too, in the Great American Stock Series, you look on back at some of the drivers who may not compete. You got Wilkerson back there. You got Paul Hartledge. I mean, these positions are going to help them as well. So that's what you're going to have to look at. David Powell trying to stay out of trouble. He had damage a little bit earlier on. We saw David Powell nick the turn 2 wall a little bit earlier on, and he's trying to stay out of trouble as well. So a lot of these guys who may not run the Great American Stocks or run up to power, they're fighting for a good finish here today.
Yeah, as we said, this is race number 1 of the season, so it's very important to get off to a good start. So if you get a break or two, this could really put you in good position for the rest of the season. And we see the 23, Trent Baer, 23 on the backstretch. He's back running again. Looks like he's going to join the field. And they got that thing going in. You see the 61 now on pit road coming in, Kevin Wilkerson. And there goes Justin Pirtle in the 77, firing that thing up, and he's going to go back out and join the field as well.
Well, you got to believe that frustration underneath that helmet of that number 77 team of Justin Pirtle. He was really looking forward to getting out here to race number 1 of the 2024 season for the Diesel Boys Great American Stocks. There you see Trent Baer. Trent Baer back out there. Good to see Trent no matter where we go or if he races. So good to see him back out here in that 23. Basically, it was kind of a racing deal. He slid up, got loose, turned around, and those cars behind him were trying to avoid the catastrophe and the worst of hitting another race car over the wall here at Salem Speedway. And what do you do if you're a race car driver and you head to something? You turn that wheel, right? I mean, that's going to lower your impact. So it looks like most of those cars, except the 31 of Wayne Edwards, were able to continue.
Yeah, tough break, as you said, for Wayne Edwards in 31. He's pitting right in front of us. And he's really been fighting that thing. They've been working on it all day long. Looks like he had it running pretty decent, and then now this happened. So just a tough day for the 31.
So going to be a short cleanup, coming to 1 to go and choose this time by. So 1 to go and choose at the start-finish line. GB down there going to be directing those drivers to choose this time by. Then they will double up, and we will have another restart. 22 laps on the board of the 75. So once we hit that 25 mark, we'll have 50 laps to go. So now, what do you think, Hawk? Here we go. Call us to the cone choose.
Well, the last time Chuck Barnes Jr. went to the inside to challenge the 99, and the 99 got off to another good start, but Barnes was able to tuck in behind him, so we'll see if he just goes ahead and decides to try it again. And I believe he will. He's going to get on the inside groove on that row number 1. And row number 2 looks like David Baines is going to stick in behind Brian Baer in the 99. And there's Austin Baum in the 74 on the inside of row 2.
So now we're getting the call. Yellow flag going to come out again. And look at this. Your fastest qualifier, Connor Popplewell, stopped at turns 1 and 2 at the apron. So that number 19 down in turns 1 and 2 stopped down there. So they're going to have to get the Salem Speedway safety team for the number 19 of Connor Popplewell now. And the yellow flag is going to be shown yet again on the field. So the Eddie Gilstrap Motors record service will go to the attention of Connor Popplewell. Now, I don't know if that will be terminal or if they just have to get this restarted.
Yeah, that'll be a big thing for him. Connor Popplewell does not want to have a do not finish in this event at this point. So we'll see if they can give him a push, get him going. If he has to go to the pit area. If it is something major or something minor, we're going to find out here in just a moment. So we'll get him pushed off and we'll figure out what's going on.
So now just sorry about the pause and delay here, just trying to hear the race communication radio. Possible debris somewhere, so Salem Speedway safety team going to check that out. And looks like that not good for Connor Popplewell as that record service trying to make that car go. Just not what he wanted to see for the overall fastest qualifier. We actually recently seen him at the Sportstrom Speedway in the Sportsman Triple 25s too. So Connor been doing a little bit of traveling here and there as well.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for him right now. They got that thing pushed a little bit, but then they come to a stop again over there. That tells me that there's some major stuff going on right there. So tough break for the 19. Looked pretty strong, as you said, fast qualifier and everything, but not going to be a good day there. So there's another fast runner, if you will, going to get a do not finish.
Well, on the TV broadcast, we can see, of course, Connor Popplewell out of the car with his helmet and gear off. They're going to pull that record service up to the rear end and lift that car. So, yes, his day is concluded. So there you go. Your overall fastest qualifier out. Your defending champion, Heath Helton, has a detrimental crash in practice, and that is a total destroyed car, no clip and all. So not a good day for the front runners.
Yeah, a lot of cars, good front runners having a tough day. 22 laps done here, so we still got plenty of time. So we'll see if anybody else gets a hold of some of that bad luck. So, but so far, so good for those guys up front, especially the 99 Brian Baer has looked awfully strong up to this point. And we'll see here in just a moment if he can get another one of those good starts. He has looked like he's been shot out of a cannon whenever that green flag drops.
So the 38 of Alex Ware now pulling that number 38 into pit road. So bad luck continues for a lot of these teams. We talked about it, Hawk Harold Adams. We didn't know what to expect for the first time out in 2024. A lot of these teams competed last time out at Bristol Motor Speedway, and we are part of that 3 King of the High Bank series, Bristol, us, and Winchester. And that is our next event here on June the 8th. That's going to be an incredible show. That's going to be the Vors Compact Touring Series, Midwest Modifieds, and the CRA and Diesel Boys Great American Stocks on June the 8th. You want to mark your calendars for that one. So it looks like Alex Ware going to pull that 38 back out to the field. So, like we talked about, story of the day, Brian Baer's restarts. He is coming out of a cannon like you talked about. Talked to Brian earlier on in the week. He is looking forward to this race event. Looking forward to 2024 in general. So we'll see what happens here during the restart. So there is Connor Popowell's number 19. You can see it over in turns number 1. He is making his way on the wrecker service, facing the wrong directions. Like we said, Hawk Harold Adams, you know, can anyone stop that 99?
So far, no, but we're only 22 laps in, so we'll see what happens on down the road here if things change. But as you see, as you said, Connor Popowell taking that long, rough, slow ride back to the pit area with his broken race car.
Well, don't forget, Brian Baer picked up some bonus money already because MR Heating and Air at the lap number 20 in honor of Scott Caldell. Brian Baer was your leader. So I know, Brian, we talked about Scott a little bit earlier on, and that means a lot to him for sure. And they have those beautiful stickers on their car as well in honor of Scott Caldell. But here we go, getting ready, I believe, for the restart. Yes, indeed. Brian Baer, the bird's eye bullet, leads us back to the restart.
And into turns 1 and 2, and guess what? It's 99. Brian Baer. There's Barnes Sr. up into the wall, hangs on, but Barnes Jr. also off the pace. So both the 44 and 5 are a rough restart for those gentlemen.
Wow, and they'll go back. I don't know, maybe 44 has a problem as well as the 5. Don't know, but now David Baines moves to the second spot.
Wow, what a crazy development. 44 really off the pace now, almost coming to a stop in turn 1.
You can see his pit road crew down there getting ready and set. And oh, Chuck Barnes Jr. going to stall it out. And that's going to be the caution flag. And now he takes off. The number 44, Chuck Barnes Jr., bringing out the caution flag there.
See the 5, Chuck Barnes Sr. coming into the pit area. He brushed the wall there in turn 1, so they're looking at that right side of that machine.
So no matter how you look at it, caution flag waves here at lap 23. Chuck Barnes Jr. going to bring that 44 down to PNC pit road, so he'll go in his pit, and Chuck Barnes Sr. right behind him pitting as well. So, again, front runners, we talk about it. This is the, I guess, title of the day.
I tell you what, there's been a lot of bad luck for these gentlemen. Not sure what happened there. Just on that restart, he looked all right at first, and all of a sudden he just dropped off the pace. And they're looking at the right rear of that 44 machine. We're looking at the replay now.
So, yeah, it looked like something lost on that 44. Watching the replay yet again, it looks like into turn 1. Yeah, I think he just lost a tire there going into turns 1 and 2, possibly, and stacked up the field. And then, of course, Chuck Barnes Sr. went up into the wall as well back there. So, again, another stack-up factor here in this race, and that is exactly the product of this race. But, again, Brian Baer's restart. But, man, don't count out that 32 machine. He looks strong.
Yeah, David Baines has looked strong, so right now he is the main competitor, if you will, for the 99. We'll see what happens with the 44 and the 5. They were running right up there too, but now they've run into some bad luck. You see the 5, Chuck Barnes Sr. rolling off. He's going to join the field now. They're still working on the 44 machine there on the pit road.
Here we go. 1 to go signal this time by and the choose. So 1 to go at the line and the choose. So here we go. 1 to go at choose Hawk Carrot Adams. Brian Bear going to choose the high side. How about this? David Baines goes low. Austin Baum goes high. Jess Stith low. Craig Luther high. You know, talk about the day a lot of these guys have been having. You know, this is not a bad day for this many cars for the caution to keep coming out. Now, I know, yes, we don't want to see these cautions. But for these back runners, they love seeing these cautions, just like Justin Pirtle in the 77 machine. Just like Craig Luther, who hasn't had the day that he possibly had wanted. Jess Stith, Austin Baum now. I mean, here's some guys that have worked their way back up through the field because of these caution flags.
Yeah, they've been having pretty solid runs, and as you said, now they're right up there in the mix. So we're getting ready to go green again, and the Chuck Barnes Jr. 44 is back out on the track.
So here we go. Pace truck picks up speed. The Donnie Mingus restart zone as we get ready and set to go for the restart.
The green flag is out. There goes the 99 Brian Bear back out in the front. We'll see if David Baines can keep pace with him. That 32 looks pretty strong. He's hanging right with him this time.
Yes, he is, but Brian Bear still pretty strong. Dave Baines in that 32 still running high in second. Austin Baum rounds out your top three.
Coming across the stripe, completing lap number 24. 24 laps down. Brian Bear, let's see if he can pull away a little bit. David Baines, though, looking pretty good in the 32, as well as Austin Baum in the 74.
Here comes Jamie Goodman to the inside. They rub quarter panels. Him and Craig Luther battling for that 5th spot. Kept an eye on that position. Alex Ware back there, Justin Pirtle as well. And, of course, the Barnes Sr. and Barnes Jr. keep an eye on how far they can work their way back up.
They continue to battle on back. Here goes Craig Luther now, taking a good hold on that 5th place spot in the 48 machine.
So now Chuck Barnes Jr. on the inside of Paul Hartlich. He will take over that number 181's position. He'll slide up in front. So here comes the 44 again, trying to work his way back up. But like we talked about, Brian Bear has been shooting off like a bullet, but now the only car that has really kept pace with that 99 is David Baines.
Yeah, that 32 car, he's going to be dangerous out there for the 99. He is looking really strong, got plenty of time. He's setting the pace. He's not letting the 99 get away, but he's not falling back either.
No doubt about it. Here we go, trying to work their way off. Alex Ware trying to go to the inside of Justin Pirtle's number 77 down the back straightaway. They all enter turns number 3 and 4, trying to hold position, but they're no nose to tail.
Yeah, pretty good battle back there for 6th on back on that pack as they check it out there on the Salem Speedway.tv.
David Powell doing a great job out there trying to stay out of trouble just to earn points here this afternoon. Here comes Chuck Barnes Jr. on the inside of John McLaren. Still can't make nothing happen. We're trying to watch Chuck Barnes Sr. as well back there for those two cars. But it's all Brian Bear and Dave Baines up front.
Into turn 3 they go. Brian Bear has David Baines right in his rearview mirror. A good battle over there. Some contact in turns 3 and 4. Alex Ware and a host of other cars got together over there. They all hang on.
Yeah, beating and banging bumper to bumper back there. Alex Ware doing a great job trying to get through Craig Luther. He will get a good run off turn 2. Now Alex Ware takes over that position. So Alex Ware trying to have a good run. But here comes the two top guns contenders today. That is the number 99 of Brian Bear and 32 of David Baines.
Yeah, so they kind of pull away a little bit on the backstretch now. Brian Baum at a pretty good 3rd place, and on back a little bit, Jeff Stith and the 94 having a good run in 4th.
So right now you can also see here comes Chuck Barnes Jr. on the inside of Craig Luther's number 48. But if you want to look at a rundown right now on the pylon, right there on your TV, Brian Bear, David Baines still in that top 2 position. Austin Baum, Jess Stith, and Chuck Barnes Jr. I believe that is senior there. They got that mixed up on Race Pass. Justin Pirtle, Artie Ware's son Alex Ware, Craig Luther, Jamie Goodman, and Trent Bear. That's your top 10. As we apologize for my Race Pass having those two drivers mixed up there. 33 laps complete. Brian Bear, Dave Baines, they are breaking away from the field, Hawk Harold Adams.
Yeah, they continue to pull away. Brian Barrett, we've seen him pull away from the field by himself, but now he's dragging the 32 of David Baines along with him. On back there, Austin Baum having a really good run, running third in that 74.
Yes, indeed. And look, here comes Chuck Barnes Jr. He's gone the inside of Alex Ware, and that is going to be for the 7th position, I believe. Yeah, like you talked about, you just mentioned it to me, he may be down a lap. So 2 laps down for Barnes. So apologize about that one as we were trying to watch the pylon. So Chuck Barnes Jr. multiple laps down. But here's the big story, Brian Bear and David Baines right now.
Yes, indeed. As I said, Brian Bear pulled away from the field, but this time the 32 keeping pace with him. So those two there, it's a 2-car battle up front as they complete lap 37.
Lap 37 up on the board like you talked about, exiting turns number 2. Brian Bear, Dave Baines, still your top 2 contenders coming to 38 laps complete of the 75 left to go.
Once again, running third, a good run for Austin Bob in a 74, and Chuck Barnes Sr. right back up in the mix in that 5-car, running 4th. And Jeff Stiff in the 94. As you see the Chuck Barnes Jr. trying to get underneath him. They're side by side down the backstretch.
Well, we are officially over the halfway point this time by with this lap over the halfway point. Brian Barrett, David Baines right now, and Austin Baum, your top 3. Looking on back, good battle there. Believe that is Justin Pirtle trying to hold off Jamie Goodman.
Yeah, they're side by side there. Jamie Goodman at 75 on the inside, almost losing it there in turns 1 and 2. They're still side by side in turns 3 and 4.
No doubt as the sun begins to set here at Salem Speedway. Brian Bear, the bird's eye bullet, trying to stay out front. Dave Baines not going anywhere. And now you have a battle for the 3rd spot. Here comes Chuck Barnes Sr. to the inside of Austin Baum.
They had a little bit of contact there in turns 2. Austin Baum got out of it. And up front there, look at David Baines now putting a challenge on Brian Bear. He's on the inside.
He is on the inside. They touch just a little bit down the back straightaway. How about the run David Baines is having right now in that 32 machine?
Well, he put up a good challenge that time, but 99, Brian Bear able to hold him off that time as Baines settles back in behind him.
Now Baines trying to gather it back up, 42 laps up on the board. Unbelievable race today. This one's shaping up to be. Did not expect the run that David Baines was having in that 32 to get up to the back bumper of the number 99 of Brian Bear. 1 car around on the back straightaway. I believe that may be John McLaren 06. And we saw the smoke, and it may be the 06 of John McLaren. And I believe that is who came to a stop at the inside retaining wall on the back straightaway. So that's going to stack everyone up. Lap 43, and yes, indeed, that is the 06 of Louisville, Kentucky's John McLaren. But how about David Baines here, Hawk, here at Adams?
He is really putting the pressure on that 99 car now, almost making a move to pass him. He's definitely letting that 99 car know that he is there. And they still got plenty of time to battle it out, but this will squeeze the field up. You know, that 5 Chuck Barnes Sr. is having a really good run here late in this race.
Well, there is the number 6 coming down PNC Pit Road. A lot of right rear quarter panel damage on that McLaren Motorsports and smoke. 06, and the crew's going to get to work. You can see Scotty Hobart down there, and now it has to be maybe a radiator, possibly hoeing the radiator down there on that 06. But again, tough break for McLaren. He has not had the 2024 start he had wanted, even at Bristol. He lost that tire down at Bristol Motor Speedway. Talked to him also a little bit earlier on, looks to recap, but this is not the way he wanted to go out.
No, not indeed. We didn't really see what happened over there, but you see a lot of damage to the rear end of that machine. His pit crew telling him it's done. It's done for the day. So there's another casualty in this feature event. So the cars are really starting to drop. But once again, some of these other guys that are hanging tough going to get some really good finishes here. You see the 48 now, Craig Luther, into his pit area.
Looks like a track bar adjustment on the number 48 machine. Looks like he is good. Free him up just a little bit. And look at the fluid underneath McLaren's number 6 machine. I believe that is a radiator issue. Again, tough break for the 6 of McLaren. But like we talked about, these cars that are surviving out here, just like some that may not have good runs, they are getting some good position here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. 42 laps down. Still got plenty of time in this 75 lapper for more things to happen, so who knows what's going to happen. Looks like the 44 Chuck Barnes Jr. making his way back into the pit area again, followed by the 77 of Pirtle back into his pit area once again. You got the 23 Trent Brer also coming into his pit area, so a lot of activity right now on pit road going on down there.
Next time by, I'm going to get the 1-to-go signal and double up. 1-to-go signal and double up. So here we go as Justin Pirtle brings that number 77 back out off of PNC Pit Road. Do not want to go a lap down. As we saw Chuck Barnes Jr. in fact go 2 laps down. We'll have to look and see where he is now. He'll go yet possibly another lap down. They're down there working on the right rear of that 44 machine. So there you see the 44 of the Derby City Recycling Barnes Automotive SP Carburetors machine. Here we go. 1 to go and choose this time. Hawk Garrett Adams, now you've been given our choose expertise today. What's going to happen this time?
Well, we'll see what David Bain wants to do. He's going to do it again. He's going to challenge on that inside. It's worked pretty well for him. He almost made the pass earlier. So he's going to go ahead.
Well, here we go. Now, like we talked about, you have to really watch that number 5, a Chuck Barnes Sr. He has recovered pretty well, and now he's on the preferred groove on the outside of row number 2. The Eddie Gilstrap Motor Space vehicle picks up speed, getting ready for the restart. Here we go to the restart. So here we go, Brian Bear and Dave Baines now exiting turns number 2. Down the back straightaway, now Austin Baum still goes to the number 2 spot. Everyone getting aggressive now, running over the halfway point here in the later going of the Great American Stock 75-lap main event. Here comes David Baines trying to get a run outside turn 2. Alex Ware doing a great job right now in that 6th spot.
As they come out of turn 4, Brian Bear trying to hold off David Baines. The 99 trying to set that pace, trying to run away from the 32, but he won't let him get away. Good battle back there for third. There goes Chuck Barnes Sr. on the inside of Austin Baum.
The veteran himself goes to the inside of Austin Baum. He will slide up in front. He will take over that number 3 position right now. Outside of turn number 4, they go down to turns number 1. David Baines not letting that 99 get too far out.
He is staying right there with him. He's right there on the bumper, almost touching him that time, coming out of 2.
What a battle between 2 veterans of the sport, top 3 veterans of the sport in top 3. Right now, Brian Bear trying to hold off. 46 laps upon the board. Here in about 4 laps, we'll have 25 to go to make this a 75-lap completed race. Here comes David Baines to the inside. He gets a great run outside of turn number 2 to the exit. And Dave Baines trying to reel in that 99 to complete the job.
No doubt about it. David Baines right now. Oh, look out, they get together down the front stretch. Bear turns around backwards into turn 1. There was a lot of contact right there. The caution is out.
Big problems for those 2 drivers running side by side. Just got loose, and Brian Bear almost a near catastrophe, disaster, as those cars came straight to him. And yet the scenarios keep going for these storylines today.
Yeah, a lot happening here. We'll see what if we got a replay on that, because I kind of missed it myself You see Brian Bear in the 91 now gets that thing fired up, and he's limping it away. The 99, he is kind of limping that thing around to the pit area, so not looking good for the 99.
So, yeah, just off turn 4 racing side by side. It looks like those two drivers get together, and that's what kind of sent them all into a spurry down in turns number 1 and 2. So hard racing between those two drivers, and just coming off of turn 4, not much room for error, and racing deal there between those two drivers. So tough break for the Bird's Eye Bullet, Brian Bear. And yet again, we have another restart.
Yeah, you see the 99 is still on the track over here. It looks like he's got 1, maybe 2 flats. He's limping that thing around to the pit area. So we'll see if that's the only damage he has. It probably is. And that spin, I think he lost a tire on that.
Yeah, left rear tire on the number 99 looks to be gone, and he'll bring that thing down PNC Pit Road, and there he comes. I was going to say, I don't know if he knew it or not, but Brian Bear, tough break. Hate to see that for that driver, and he's going to come down to his crew, which is always a phenomenal crew. So the 99 is going to bring that down pit road.
You got Chuck Barnes Jr. in the 44 that was running really strong out there, even though he's a lap or 2 down. He's made his way back to the pit area as well.
So we just got word. How about this? Lucky dog Chuck Barnes Jr. now on the lead lap. So now Chuck Barnes Jr.'s 44. He's on the lead lap, and that's dangerous here with still 75 left to go, or excuse me, a total of 75, but 46, still a long way to go here, especially how these cautions are coming out.
Yeah, as you said, he's going to get the lucky dog here. And as we've seen there on that last green flag run, he was working his way through the field pretty well, maybe even the fastest car out there. But they're going to make some more adjustments there. They're looking at that thing pretty good there on that right rear. That's where they had a lot of trouble at earlier. So we'll see if he's still strong when he gets out there. We're taking a look at the 99 car in his pit area.
Yeah, Brian Bear's team going to work hard on that left rear of that number 99 machine, and I believe they're going to try to get that car back out, which I believe they will. Looks like some left rear tire damage, possibly. The crew's going to work. They put the jack down right now. They're still looking underneath that left rear right now if we see it on our monitor. I don't know if anything kind of worse than that is happening, but I hope nothing's bent or anything like that. But that crew is checking. He's calling for one of the tools back there. So they are, every little bit of time they waste, a lap goes by if that pace truck passes him down on pit road. Just kind of watching it all, Hawk Herod Adams, I really don't know what to say. I mean, top-tier drivers all having issues today.
Yeah, you've seen the 99 out front the whole way, and now you see him part of that situation. They're down there continuing to look at it. I believe they got him bolted down there. I think he's getting ready to pull away now. Yeah, and there he goes now. He's going to join the field again. So we'll see if he's still as strong as he was earlier.
Hey, that's not the worst that could happen. Good to see Brian Bear being able to continue out there in that number 99 team. And I know Brian hates it, and his whole crew hates it down there. But Brian Bear, believe it or not, I'm going to say this again, still plenty of time. How this race has played out so far, you may be able to salvage a top 10, if even a top 5. So we're going to see how this all goes here at the restart.
And you know, Will, we're also going to be watching not only him, but also the 44 back there, Chuck Barnes Jr., both those guys will be at the back, and they're going to be charging super hard all that they got to get up there at the 46 lap point.
So did get the word, just to confirm it, Brian Bear is still on the lead lap. So now that is a good news for the Bird's Eye Bullet. So he is on the lead lap still. So now with the speed he's been carrying, if it was just the left tire needing to be changed, I mean, still watch out for that 99 to salvage a great finish here this afternoon.
And as they double up now, Will, we see Chuck Barnes Sr. in the 5 going down to the inside of that front row on the inside of the 32, David Baines. Austin Baum now on the outside of row 2, and there's Alex Ware on the inside of row 2. How about that?
Yeah, Alex Ware, like we talked about, this has been a strange race so far with all of these drivers having problems. Here we are yet again. Here we go to the restart. Don't exactly know if we're going to have a restart. Yellow flag. Don't exactly know what we had going on there, but well, I was getting ready to say we might need a new Eddie Gilstrap Motors Pace vehicle by the time this one's over today, but I'm never going to say never, Hawk Harold Adams, on today's program.
No, things just keep on happening, and I'm sure they keep on will, so we don't know what's going to happen. But whoever wins this thing is going to be almost like an Enduro winner.
So 94 of Stith. We saw him now come to pit road.
Yeah, Will, he had a good run up to this point, really, the 94 did. He was kind of up there in the top 5 a lot, but
so now with the issue of knowing positions, it looks like the race control call going to be re-single file, and they're going to re-choose. So that is the word we're getting. So a lot of these guys don't know exactly what position they need to be in. You can see Paul Hartledge and Trent Bear there kind of talking it over on what position they need to be in. So they're going to have them go back. Single file is the word from race control, and they will re-choose. That is what we're hearing here in the tower. So here we go, yet another choose rule. Cone coming out, if you will, 46 laps of the 75 complete here, and the dual 75 Derby City Hangover here tonight for the Great American Stocks.
yeah, interesting situation there, Will. They did the choose cone, but then somebody must have been out of line or something there, so they just decided, let's just line them up like they were, choose again. So we'll see what happens. David Baines, of course, setting the pace in that 32. Chuck Barnes Sr. in the 5 went down to the inside last time. I'm sure he'll do it again. He's had a pretty good run here. So he's going to make a strong bid here to win this 75-lap Enduro, if you will, for the gas cars, the opening race for these guys. Sure are making it awfully interesting as they come across the choose cone this time. And Chuck Barnes Sr. going to stay to the outside this time. Has changed his mind. How about that?
Yes, how about that? Want to go at the line. Now, this is going to be very interesting. Now, Austin Baum and the Baum's Racing Supply MR Heating and Air number 74 entry. Going to go to the inside. That's going to put David Baines once again to the high side.
Yes, he is on the lead lap there. Guarantee it. I looked at it just now.
And now look at this. Paul Hartledge on the lead lap. He is in third right now. How about that? I mean, fourth right now if you look at the choose, but he has moved up to basically that position via the choose. But, man, impressive debut for the 181 of Paul Hartledge. Coming to the restart. Here we go. David Baines set to bring us to the green flag at the Donnie Mingus restart zone. And here we go. We are back underway.
Green flag is out. Here we go. A fantastic start for the 32, David Baines, bolting out to the lead.
Here we go, exiting turns number 2, down the back straightaway they go here in the Great American Stocks. Brian Bear looks to have speed, so we'll keep an eye on him and the 44, Chuck Barnes Jr. there, Hawk Harold Adams.
David Baines looking strong at 32. Austin Baum a nice second. Chuck Barnes Sr. selling back for third. There's Alex Ware fourth. And the 181, Paul Hartledge on the board fifth.
He is in that top 5 right now, exiting turns number 4 right now. Jamie Goodman all over the back end of the 181 of Paul Hartledge. But here we go. It's all David Baines, Austin Baum, and Chuck Barnes Sr., Alex Ware, Paul Hartledge, your top 5. Jamie Goodman trying to break into that top 5 in 6th.
Yeah, I think Paul Hartledge and Jamie Goodman made a little contact in turn 1, almost losing it, but they hang on.
Coming to 49 laps up on the Salem Speedway scoreboard right now. Everyone trying to hang on in position.
And once again, Paul Hartledge and Jamie Goodman mix it up a little bit. There goes the 75 past the 181. So that's 2 times in a row in turn 1 that those two have kind of mixed it up. 50 laps now down, 25 to go.
25-lap feature on a Sunday afternoon. Now David Baines pulls away. This shows us the battle for the number 2 spot. Austin Baum still in front of Chuck Barnes Sr. right now. Alex Ware, we talked about it. He is salvaging right now a 4th-place run, and Jamie Goodman, a good run in 5th.
And as we talked about, the 99 and the 44, those two are moving up quickly.
Chuck Barnes Sr. now goes into the number 2 spot as he passes Austin Baum for that. Austin Baum will be shuffled back to the 3rd spot. Still Alex Ware in 4th, and 5th, Jamie Goodman.
52 laps down on the board. 32, David Baines got a nice little lead right now, but as we look back, as we talked about, Brian Barrett in 99, Chuck Barnes Jr. in the 44, both been moving up through the field.
That is a great battle to watch. It's almost like a race within a race, and here comes Chuck Barnes Jr. on the high side. He switches around, he takes over that position in that 44 machine.
Yeah, the 99 there had to back out of it as they come up on the 17, the slower car, allowing the 44 around him.
So now he goes around down in turns number 1 and 2, 3 and 4, and it's all David Baines right now trying to pick up the first Great American Stock win of 2024. MR Heating and Air coming on board. Gilliant Construction, beautiful Chevrolet ride in 2024. Still a lot could happen as we've seen, but Chuck Barnes Sr., Austin Baum, your top 3.
55 laps down, 20 to go. David Baines does not want to see a caution, but Brian Bear and Chuck Barnes Jr. probably do. They want to get up there now. They've passed a lot of cars, moved their way up, but they're going to need a little bit of help, I'm thinking.
Never say never here at Salem Speedway, as anything at all can happen. Right now, what I'm seeing happen is Chuck Barnes Sr. is reeling in David Baines right now.
Tell you what, that 5 car's had a really good run here, and right now he is having an even better run. He is really making a good charge towards that front of the 32, trying to put some pressure on him.
No doubt about it. He is reeling in that number 32 of David Baines. Look at the exit he gets out of turn number 2 as he almost gets a little bit loose. But now Alex Ware trying to get past Austin Baum as well.
As they come across the complete lap number 58, David Baines, Chuck Barnes Sr. Now on back there, you got Austin Baum, and there's Alex Ware right there 4th. Jamie Goodman 5th, and then here comes the 44, Chuck Barnes Jr.
No doubt. And we are winding down, coming to 59 laps up on the board. We got a battle for 1st and we got a battle for 3rd right now. Those 4 drivers battling for the number 4 spot right now. Austin Baum, Alex Ware, Jamie Goodman, and Chuck Barnes Jr. coming back.
There's Chuck Barnes Jr. now. He's caught up with the 75, and he's going to make a move on the inside going into turn 3.
Brian Bear trying to make up ground as well. Here we go. 15 laps to go.
Chuck Barnes Sr. looking to the inside of your leader. Coming out of 2. They're side by side down the backstretch into turn number 3.
Here we go. Side by side for the number 1 spot. Chuck Barnes Sr. and David Baines.
Side by side across the stripe, completing lap number 61. David Baines takes that lead back over. Chuck Barnes Sr. now having to tuck that back down on the inside.
Here comes the number 44, Chuck Barnes Jr. He's going to go Alex Ware as number 38, trying to get the number 4 spot. There you see it on SalemSpeedway.com.tv, there. Austin Baum trying to hold off a charging Chuck Barnes Jr. and Alex Ware.
So both of the Chuck Barnes cars both making a really hard charge right now. On the backstretch, you see Barnes Jr. trying to get on the inside, trying to get by the 74 of Austin Baum.
I'll tell you, one of the longest, I'm sure, for a lot of these drivers, 75-lap main events they've ever been a part of. But here comes, look at the entry into turns 2 and the exit that Chuck Barnes Sr. gets.
He's got a good run going into 3 right now. He's got the nose lead. They're side by side. Little bit of contact coming out of 4.
10 to go, next time by for these drivers, and oh my, what a battle side by side. Chuck Barnes Sr. tries to gather it back up, Him and Dave Bain come together. Now Chuck Barnes Jr. gets by for that third spot. 10 laps to go.
Chuck Barnes Jr. really looking strong. We was going to say we had to watch him in the 99, but the 44, he is really on a mission right now, but the laps are ticking away.
No doubt, going to have less than 10 laps to go, and you can see how bad David Baines wants this win here today. He was battling side by side with one of the hardest, toughest competitors there is, Chuck Barnes Sr.
Chuck Barnes Sr. had made a couple really good challenges. David Baines pulled away, but here comes Barnes Sr. back again.
That exit down in turns number 2, pretty amazing that Chuck Barnes Sr. can do that as well as he did, but here we go, 8 laps to go.
And on back here at third in the 44, you can see him really pushing that thing hard.
Here we go, drag race down the back straightaway, coming to 7 laps to go this time by. What a race we're setting up for, phenomenal race.
68 laps complete this time, 7 to go. Baines trying to hold off Barnes Sr. And then on back, here comes Barnes Jr. trying to catch up with him.
No doubt about it, there is Barnes' run outside of turn number 2, down the back straightaway. Can David Baines hold on to it? Here he goes, 6 laps to go.
Chuck Barnes Sr. trying to figure out how he can get around that 32. Coming out of 2 right there, that's his best spot, but doesn't make a move that time.
5 to go, next time by for David Baines, number 32 machine.
Are we going to stay green the whole way this time?
5 laps to go. Here we go. How's this one going to pan out? We're going to find out. Everyone gets around the speedway just fine that time. Coming to 4 laps to go next time by.
.71 laps down, 4 to go. And looking on ahead of your leaders, they got some lap cars up there. Will that play into the factor? We're going to find out here shortly. We see the 44 gaining ground, but does he have time? .72 down, 3 to go as they barely get around the 17 in turn 1. That was a close call for your leader, David Baines. Still got Barnes Sr. right behind him. Barnes Jr. trying to catch up with him. He sees time is really ticking away. He is pushing as hard as he can, but there's only 2 laps to go this time around. And you see a gaggle of cars in front of the leaders. Barnes Jr. gives Baines a little bit of a tap. They hang on into turn 3. David Baines, Barnes Sr., and Barnes Jr. now. White flag waving, 1 lap to go. David Baines has a little bit of a cushion now, but he's coming up on some lap cars. Barnes Jr. now catching up with him, but this is the last turn. Turns 3 and 4. David Baines going to see the checkered flag. And it's the 32 of David Baines taking the checkered flag. Barnes Sr. second and Barnes Jr. third. On back there, you got Austin Baum and Alex Ware. Really having a good run there. But after all that, it's the 32 of David Baines coming away the victor here. And a good run you see right there for the 44 of Chuck Barnes Jr. Was really pushing as hard as he could there. Couldn't quite make it, not enough laps. But wow, what a run there for the 5 car. Chuck Barnes Sr., I mean, really good. Put all kinds of challenges against that 32 car, but he held them off. We've seen how strong the 32 car was all day long. As they are up there now, and while Will Greenwell will get some interviews, down to you, Will.
David Baines down here in Red Ball and Cycling Victory Lane, getting ready to climb from the car. Gets a congratulations from the other team. Great race all the way around. A wild race that was. A lot of factions going into that. Race fans, he's out of the car. Let him hear you. David Baines picking up the Great American Stock victory here this afternoon. We'll let him get a swig, and we'll have him come up here and meet us. That way we don't lose his interview, as he gets the congratulations from everyone down there on Red Ball and Recycling Victory Lane. So then we'll get Chuck Barnes Sr. and Chuck Barnes Jr. to come up here as well. What a race that was, David Baines. You find yourself finally back here in Victory Lane, presented by Red Ball and Recycling. And I don't know about you, and I'm sure I know what goes through your head in one of these cars, but 75 laps. This was a wild one.
Yeah, it was. Hey, Brian and I got together there. I don't know if he got loose and I was already under him or what, but it obviously was nothing intentional, just a racing deal. I don't think it was my deal, but if it does, I'll apologize, whatever. But got to thank MR Heating and Air, Shane Wilson Lawn Care, Robin Butts Barbecue, my wife, my 3 girls, Autumn, Hannah, Haley, my mom and dad for making this happen. It's never easy to beat Chuck Barnes, and I know I've won quite a bit up here, but let me tell you, the nerves kicked in when I looked in the mirror and seen that orange 5 coming. I knew I had to be perfect. Feel like I kind of was, and main thing is this one's for Scott Caudell.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Of course, all the racing community lost a great legend, but man, congratulations. This has to give you a big momentum boost for 2024.
Man, it's you all know we've struggled the last couple of years. We got a feature win last year that was extremely proud of, and to come out of the gate this week, I just don't know, man. We just got the engine back for this thing Tuesday. Didn't get to test it all, just showed up today and raced. So, yeah, it's awesome.
Well, there he is, your winner today in Red Ball Recycling Victory Lane, David Baines. And we'll get Chuck Barnes Sr. up here real quick. I know he's wore out. He's a young man now, so I talked to Chuck Barnes Sr. a little bit earlier on in Victory Lane. Good to see him giving Dave Baines a congratulations. And Chuck Barnes Sr.'s second place run. I was telling David this was a wild race, ups and downs and all around. But, man, you gathered it back up. Your team, phenomenal. Gets that car back up to a second place finish.
Yeah, I was trying to save as much as I could, and got down to 10 to go. I had to go, and I just burned my tires up and got up beside him a couple times. It was good. It was fun racing.
That's it. It was phenomenal to see you two racing together. But we talked about tire issues and how that was going to play a huge factor. But who would you like to think on that number 5 car?
I think my son. He's the one that does most of the work on it. And, of course, all my crew that comes there with us. Gilbert Mitchell, Chuck Gilbert, and Tommy Chumley. All Brothers Trucking. They need drivers, by the way. And I don't know, just all the crew that comes with us. They do a good job, and they hang with us every week.
Well, there he is, Chuck Barnes Sr., second place run here today at Salem Speedway. And we'll get Chuck Barnes Jr., Chucky, here in Victory Lane at third place finish. Man, Chucky, we talked about it, and this seems to be the kind of scenario. A lot of good teams had bad luck all day. Started in practice, here we are in the race. We didn't know what was going to happen, but man, your team gathered that car back from 2 laps down. You got the lucky dog back on the lead lap. We talked about you coming back up to salvage that top 5 run, and you did it in third place.
Yeah, my guys worked really hard, and we came here to kind of tune and test for that June 8th race where the big boys are going to be here. And but David Baines and guys like him are tough to beat no matter when we're here. So congratulations to him. Our thoughts and prayers out to the Claudel family, and extra prayer out to Robert Hobart, Duckman. Hopefully he was watching and cheering us on. So we're thinking about him as well.
Well, I know you have a lot of people you'd like to thank on that beautiful number 44 ride. Who would you like to thank for getting you a third-place finish here this afternoon?
The Hobart family. Scotty and his family put all their heart and soul in this thing, and I'm very blessed to be able to drive for them. So thank them, Miss Hobart, and like I said, Robert Hobart. So very lucky.
Well, there he is, third place finish, Chucky Barnes Jr. in podium finish here today. Race fans, on behalf of Nick and Manna Bohannon, Glenn Luckett, and all of the gang here, Hawk Carrot Adams in the booth. My name, Will Greenwell. Be safe going home, and we'll see you here for King of the High Banks on June the 7th here at Salem Speedway, fueled by the Hoosier Lottery.